Well, one would hope that we will be walking on plenty of sunshine today. The weather forecast is, I think, pretty much still on our side. We've had 3 magnificent days, and we're told that actually the next system that's coming in is going to be very, very slow indeed and shouldn't affect us throughout the course of the afternoon. So we're just stuck with a high cloud, which is absolutely perfect for what we need to do to go flying and what all budding pilots learn about as part of their experience if they were to go along to flight sport aviation and learn not just about how to fly, but you learn an awful lot about how the world works and particularly about meteorology as well. To tell you a little bit more about that, please welcome now Tony Berriman. Tony, good afternoon and welcome to you.
Good afternoon, George.
Tell me, first of all, you've got an aircraft here. Why have you brought an aircraft down to the show?
Well, we did it 3 years ago in 2019. It gives a very good opportunity for people to see an airplane close up. Many people haven't seen one close up, and indeed, if people are particularly interested, we can get them to sit inside it. We try not to do that too much in case people take bits away, but that's the opportunity there for us. It's far better when you've got an airplane to talk about in front of you rather than having a photograph.
Absolutely right. And I think the perception is that actually aviation is a pretty expensive thing to get involved in. Is there a cheap way of getting a youngster started?
Most certainly. I mean, if you look at the opportunities gliding, that's much cheaper. But I've got a few details here I'll talk about shortly in our different pricing structures we can offer you at flight sport aviation. It certainly is not an expensive hobby at some ends of the spectrum. It can be very expensive. It's no limit at some ends of it. But we offer a very wide range with flight sport aviation, more so than other companies in the southeast of England.
Right. Now, you tell me more of the detail at that moment. Let's first of all establish where you operate and what aircraft have you got?
Right. Well, I'm the Chief Flying Instructor of Flight Sport Aviation. We've got 3 bases. Our main base is at Deanland Airfield in East Sussex. It's halfway between Hailsham and Lewes, very close to the A22 at Golden Cross. We also have a base at Shoreham Airport and also one at Headcorn Airfield in Kent.
Oh, I know that well. I was there just a few weeks ago for the Battle Britain display, but less about that, more about yourself. Now, what sort of advice you get? I mean, because we're all very keen with STEM and everything and the future of the aviation business in England, very keen. A youngster, 14, 15 years old, I know you can't get your license till another years later. What's the standard route that you would advise them to go through?
Well, the standard route I would recommend is something similar to what I did myself, where I joined the Air Cadets a few years ago, quite a few years ago in fact, and did gliding with them and then a flying scholarship to get myself a private pilot's license. And then from there it kept the spark going, and I was fortunate to be sponsored into an airline training system and have spent many years doing commercial flying until I retired from British Airways about 3 years ago. I have been instructing for 45 years or so, and then it naturally was a retirement opportunity to look after a flying school next to my house.
Okay, come on then. The bottom line, you've got the stats in front of you. Tell us.
What, the financial ones?
Yep.
Well, we've got 3 opportunities at Flight Sport Aviation, and uniquely really compared to other companies in the south of England. We offer what's called a National Private Pilot's License, which lets you fly the microlight airplane where you see on the parking stand below the big wheel next to the Red Arrows simulator building. National Private Pilot's License, it's the cheapest way of getting your license. And if you were to come along today and to sign up, we could get you a license within 6 months. It requires 25 hours of flying minimum, and it offers you the opportunity to rent the airplane to fly along the beautiful south coast to see the Seven Sisters Cliffs, Beachy Head on a warm, sunny evening. Purely daylight flying, that's one end of the spectrum, not night flying. And that would cost you round about £4,200 to £4,400.
That's very reasonable. That's less than I expected you were going to say.
I know, that's what people misconception nowadays. Of course, as I touched on earlier, you can spend a fortune as you get the more expensive airplanes, but we do a massive number of voucher flights, trial flights, to let people experience the delights of flying, and they could take a flight for 30 minutes or 45 minutes, and invariably that will lead on to people wanting to do a flying course. And in fact, the 30 minutes or 45 minutes on that flight will count towards the 25 hours for your license.
Right. Well, I mean, really, really good way to start. Ambitious-wise, if you're going into that level and you want to get started cheaply, but actually what you really want to be is a jumbo jet driver, well, they were not jumbos anymore, 787 or whatever that is, what sort of planning would be required? I'm guessing saving money is top of the list.
Yes, the limitation is which the microlight route would not, the hours there would not let you benefit you going towards a commercial career. As I say, I've flown the 747 and the 767, my last types with British Airways. You would need to go down the route of the private pilot's license, which is an industry standard, worldwide accepted, or we also operate a third type, a light aircraft pilot's license. The difference in the two of those is the number of flying hours you need to get the license, therefore the cost is higher for the private pilot's license, and also it varies depending on what you can do with the license. So if you want to be the kind of man or lady, we've got plenty of lady pilots at Flight Sport Aviation. We have some on the desk over at the aircraft at the moment. You can add on to the PPL, the private pilot's license, any rating you wish. For example, to fly at night, fly in poor weather. When I talk about ratings, let's imagine you get your driving license. You can jump onto a car with a brand new license and drive down the M25 at night, in the rain, in fog. But in the aeroplane world, we don't work like that. Your basic license lets you fly on a clear, sunny day like we have today with good visibility. If you want to fly at night, you have to do an additional add-on rating to your license, the same as if you were flying in cloud. But for most people, the joy of flying on a day like today, to look at the sightseeing with a friend or family member, is what they want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's once you get the bug, I have to say, it's pretty exciting stuff, and you can never quite let it go. I have to pinch myself that after, 45 years in aviation, I'm still flying. And we're probably similar vintages, although I went through the military route, very competitive, but at least you don't end up having to pay, but it is hugely competitive. The airlines, though, are we on the cusp of needing like thousands of more pilots at the moment?
Yeah, well, I think I beat you there slightly, George. I've done it for 51 years so far, and some 29,500 flying hours. So I've spent maybe 3.3 years in the air. And at Flight Sport Aviation, I'll answer your question in a second, of course. Flight Sport Aviation, we've got 7 instructors, and I reckon the combined experience we have with those instructors is about 75,000 flying hours. Well, we know that COVID had a massive effect on the industry. It is now starting to pick up, and we know that airfields or airports like Gatwick and Heathrow are much busier in the last few months. So things are picking up, and they will continue to do so. So somebody aspiring to get into the commercial world can do no better than come to us, Flight Sport Aviation, to get either a light aircraft pilot's license or a private pilot's license to put them on the stepping stone towards a commercial career.
Presumably you offer a taster.
We most certainly do. We do trial lessons or voucher flights, so somebody can come along to buy a 30-minute or 45-minute taster flight on any of the 3 airplanes we operate, the C-42 Microlight or the Cessna 152 two-seater or the 4-seat Piper PA-28 Warrior. We offer flights on those, voucher flights, which are ideal for somebody who may want to fly commercially in the future, and also for birthday or anniversary gifts or a special occasion gift.
So there are a variety of different prices then, I'm guessing.
Most certainly. And if you were to go to the Flight Sport Aviation desk on the flyer, which we have, I believe the Microlight one is around about £95 for a 30-minute flight. And then the instructor will get the aeroplane airborne, bring it back on the ground safely, but also let you have control of the aeroplane in flight.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. Ideal birthday present, I reckon, for a young lad or lady who may be interested. Is there an age limit, a starting age limit?
No, you touched on that earlier. You can take flying lessons when you're 14,
yeah.
And you can log those towards the license. You can fly solo when you're 16, and in fact, a couple of weeks ago, we had a young man on his 16th birthday do his first solo flight at Goodwin Airfield in West Sussex. You can't actually have the license in your hand until you're 17 years of age.
Fantastic.
Top limit, I don't know. I've flown people who are 98, 99 years of age.
Yeah, I won't go into age, but yes, it is. When it's there, it's just fantastic opportunity. In 1 minute, sum up whatever messages you like to give on behalf of your organisation.
Well, the big thing is it's affordable and doable for anybody. If you think you can fly an aeroplane, you most certainly can. We try and do it so we have a one-to-one tuition with our instructors, which gets a personal link with the instructor and the student. We therefore do not waste time on our flying lessons, and we can get the student from zero to his license as quickly, or her license as quickly as possible. And that is one of the benefits. And other things, we have things like flyouts. We've only recently finished one to Le Touquet in northern France. People who are still training can come across with us on the aeroplane. A few weeks before that, we went off to the Isle of Wight with 4 aircraft and had a day out in the Isle of Wight. So not only do people do a flying lesson, but also there's a social scene as well, very much a social scene. And anybody who wishes to go over to the Flight Sport Aviation desk, will find that we've got Shelley and her team on the stand. Come over to the C-42 aircraft, have a look at it, and you could be flying that aeroplane next week.
Fantastic. Well, great recommendation. I think everybody's also smelt the fact that the two of us love aviation. We both had lifetimes involved in it. Me in slightly different ways, many other stuff, a lot in management, and obviously talking about airplanes a lot as well. But it is a very exciting world to be in, and I recommend it to every youngster here today. Tony, thank you very much for joining us.
You're very welcome, George. Thank you for asking me.
Right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost that time to get action in the air as well, and we're looking forward to it immensely. The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, of course, are first up this afternoon. And they'll be joining me very shortly to talk about what is on offer. And I understand there may be a couple of changes there. So let's just check in with them. Yes, well, you can certainly understand that Eastbourne is here for you today. Having just chatted to Yvette, there's so much help and support has gone into keeping this show on the road. Really tough to regenerate activity after so many years of hard work. And we're all having a bit of a hard time. I think we all appreciate that. But if you're loving what you're going to see today and certainly enjoying Eastbourne as well and its hospitality, then please give as generously as you can into those buckets. And, of course, buy a program. That's the top thing you need to do. And particularly, you can also get the chance to win a £350 watch, which is part of our sponsorship scheme as well, just by clicking onto that QR code in there as well. But a couple of important things before we start the flying, which is about 2 minutes to run now. Safety and security. The sun's still pretty strong, so please make sure the kids are looked after. Hats, sunscreen, and plenty of fluids as well. Keep all your belongings with you where you can. If you see anything at all suspicious, then do please let any of the stewards know, and they'll help sort that out. And please plea for the environment. We're doing our very best to keep things as clean and possible and tidy, and recycle as much as you can. Take your rubbish home with you or use the recycling outlets. But here we go now, because Beachy Head has been very much a focus for many commemorations and memorials, and this entire hinterland was littered with the wreckage of various aircraft, Spitfires, Hurricanes, ME-109s, even heavy bombers, all littered around this environment. Very shortly we'll be joined by the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. But to tell you all about that, please welcome Flight Lieutenant Nigel Painter.
Eastbourne, good afternoon. Welcome to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight display for 2022. Just while we're here, I've got a little bit of sad but helpful news. Sadly, the Lancaster's gone tech on the way here and has had to return as OC BMF Mark Sugden arrives in the Spitfire. BMF conducts fly-plastered events all over the country, from village fetes to state occasions, just short of 1,000 events a year. This year we were exceptionally proud to participate in the fly-past over the Buckingham Palace to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, seen by millions across the world. I'm delighted to introduce the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. As the Merlin roars with OC BMF Squadron Leader Mark Sugden, colloquially known as Suggs, please just enjoy the sound of the Merlin roar in its home environment over the south coast. Today, Battle of Britain Memorial Flight has 6 Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, a Dakota and a Lancaster, plus 2 Chipmunks. As you can imagine, a small cadre of dedicated engineers is kept very busy looking after 5 different aircraft types and several different marks. These World War II aircraft are preserved in flying condition as a living tribute to those who served the country. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to say that up on the balcony of Pierre Bistro, we have a veteran, George Dunn, who has flown the Lancaster and Spitfire, so a round of applause back to George would be much appreciated. The BMF was formed in 1957 and this year celebrates the 65th anniversary. The Spitfire displaying today, P7, was built in 1940. She was the 14th of 11,939 Spitfires constructed at the Castle Bromwich Shadow Factory. She is the only airworthy Spitfire from the Battle of Britain and much admired survivor, put into storage in 1944 until the making of the movie Battle of Britain saw her re-emerge from 20 years of dormancy when she was selected to fly in the film. P7 currently represents 54 Squadron Spitfire Mark 1, Romeo 6895, Kilo Lima Bravo, the personal aircraft of New Zealander Al Deer from the 10th of July 1940, the official start of the Battle of Britain, until the 31st of August, when, after being bombed on takeoff from Hornchurch, Al Deer crashed upside down. He survived, but sadly Kiwi 3 didn't. Ladies and gentlemen, just admire the Merlin and the Spitfire. If you'd like to know more about the BMF or the Royal Air Force, you can find us at raf.mod.uk/BMF or just Google RAF BMF. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram at RAF BMF, and many of our aircrew tweet from their own accounts. Finally, you can find out what we're doing and see great photographs on Facebook. Our site is BMF Official. The flight has been based at RAF Coningsby since 1976, and Coningsby is the home of the Typhoon, and there's 3 frontline Typhoon squadrons: 29 Squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit, and 41 Squadron. Whilst BMF has 12 aircraft, 5 different types, yet there's only 2 full-time pilots, one of which is the boss flying today, and 40 engineers as well as 4 civil servants. The small team of dedicated people ensures that BMF is seen throughout the country from May to September every year. So as the Spitfire departs, I hope you enjoy our display this year, sadly about the Lancaster, but hey, next year. As that symphony of engines subsides slightly, the hairs on the back of my neck are still standing up. I'm not sure there's more evocative or stirring sound, ladies and gentlemen. Our flight's motto, lest we forget, says it all. Our motto, lest we forget, and we hope you remember our mission, to commemorate those 120,000 plus personnel who gave their lives in the service of the Royal Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Thank you very much, Eastbourne.
Yes, and what a fitting and poignant tribute. We'll be seeing another solo Spitfire later in the day. A time to honour and applaud and commemorate all at the same time. Marvellous stuff. And we just bid farewell to our BBMF chums who've been with us all this weekend. Again, all the aircrew being looked after by the Eastbourne Hospitality Association. Our grateful thanks once again to Yvette and all the team involved there. Fantastic stuff. Now, do not forget, during the course of the day, make sure you have a walk around the place as well, don't you? There's a lot going on the Western Lawns with the military exhibition. You can walk through a Chinook facsimile, I should say, sample some Royal Air Force food as well, and also get involved in some demos, flight simulation, and some virtual reality experiences with the Army there as well. You can meet many of the teams during the course of the day as well. It's always a great opportunity to get to know what their careers are like. We had Tony talking about civilian careers in the airlines, of course, but the military altogether a very different experience, and both are hugely exciting to get aviation in your blood. But the big wheel is there, of course, children's play zones, shopping along the proms and the Wish Tower and the Western Lawns. And also check out the big screen, highlighting many of our sponsors here today. And I've mentioned several of them. Leading from the front is Posture Right. A couple of days ago, I was talking about the business involvement from the Eastbourne Bid and the Eastbourne Chamber of Commerce. And I had a good feature with Boundless, who are up there on the lawns as well. A big contributor. Come back year in, year out with us. But Birchwood Group have been providing pilot transportation using electric cars around the back streets and bazaars in and out of the airports, etc. And it's a terrific team effort. Euro Self-Drive also supplying, Gemini Print heavily involved, printing the daily flight times every day, Stagecoach providing the bus service, and Signtech making sure you all go in the right direction. And then, of course, adding to that, Caffin's Eastbourne supporting Radio Airborne, which you've been listening to all morning this morning, and hopefully you will do when you leave later on today on 87.7. But we're hoping that everybody will stick around today because, of course, the conclusion is not at the end of the flying display. It's after you've made use of the cafes and restaurants in town to get a bite to eat, and then stay on until 9 o'clock this evening for the grand finale firework display. Coming up in a few minutes' time, we've got the Tigers parachute display team. Well, be no letting anybody down today. We've got an action-packed scheduled right through until just about 5 o'clock this afternoon. The best way to find out the detail of that, of course, pick up a programme. It's only £6. It's well worth getting because there's terrific detail in there. And you'll get with it today's flight timings as well. But, of course, during the course of the afternoon, we've got the Red Arrows featuring. And then fabulous things. We've got a real cross-section of aircraft between historic warbirds and, of course, also first and second generation jets. A visitor from overseas, more on all that later, but of course the fabulous Wingwalkers back with 2 aircrafts today, and the mighty Chinook will be putting on a special, very interesting joint formation display with the blades as well during the course of later on in the afternoon. But don't worry, it's Foon time. We've had the Typhoon a couple of times and it's going to be back later in the afternoon, so make sure you stick around for that as well. A really superb lineup today. We'll be cutting across to the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment in just a couple of moments, and they'll give you an intro into the parachute display. My word, if it's anything like it was the last couple of days, absolutely thrilling parachute display. So make sure you're in place for all that when you top up your teas and coffees, get the kids sorted, and settle down for an afternoon's fun and action. Oh, yes, I just feel we're going to have a great time today. It's just in the blood, isn't it? It's a perfect day. It's just a nice temperature. You can chill out. It's not too cold. By the way, I did my daily dip at 8 o'clock this morning, and the sea was just gorgeous. It's about 21 degrees at the moment. I could have stayed there all morning, but I thought I'd better come and do the day job as well. But there we go. So if you fancy dip, go ahead. Just don't go too far out, though. There's a couple of yellow buoys which indicate how far out you can go. If you go too far, whether you're in a kayak or a paddleboard or something, then we have to stop the flying display, and that's why we've got all those patrol boats out there. So as well as managing the waters, we've got to manage the air, and it's amazing how much Gatwick still interferes down here on the south coast with the airspace, but at least the cloud is high today and the visibility is good, so all looking just brilliant for a full-on air show this afternoon. Aircraft will be coming left and right. We've got some at Leeds, some up at North Weald, some in Shoreham, and all over the place, basically. So they're coming left, right directions. It'd be great if the kids point out where they are. You can start practicing in a few minutes' time because we're going to be looking for parachutists at a high level in the sky. So we'll take a short break from the dad dancing now, and we'll get on with a bit of aviation, because it's time now to introduce our first aerial act of the day. To tell you all about what's coming up next, would you please welcome from the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment, Lance Corporal Daniel Hurst.
Thank you very much, George. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lance Corporal Daniel Hurst. I represent the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. Just a quick safety brief. I am in one of the landing areas, and so is my colleague, Lance Corporal Anne Highland. Can I ask that any of the public please remain outside these areas? Although we are trained parachutists and we can land within a certain area, this is our safety net. This is our safety area. So therefore, for your safety and the safety of our people, please leave the area. We'll also be using some smoke today. This smoke is non-toxic, although it may stain, but hopefully it should not be anywhere near you. We plan to keep it upwind so that you can see. But if you see a parachutist that's landing close to you, don't worry, it's not going to hurt you at all. So ladies and gentlemen, I would love to thank Eastbourne Airborne for allowing us to come down here to represent not only the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team, but the Army in general as well. Our aircraft today is from Neverhaven, which is based in Wiltshire at Salisbury Plain. So if you do get a chance, go down to the Army Village and have a look at what's there, because 9 times out of 10, anything that is there you will see down at Salisbury Plain. So a little bit about myself, ladies and gentlemen. I've been in the team now for 5 years. I've been jumping for nearly 10. I have nearly 800 jumps. Unfortunately, today's not my 800th jump, which it would have been. But then again, I can't have everything now, can I? As one of the most senior jumpers, I have 799 jumps and nearly 100 displays to my name. Lance Corporal Highland over there, give us a wave, Anne, please. He's nearly on 1,000 jumps and is one of the more junior members on the team. He has nearly 20 displays to his name. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we've also got some jumpers from our sister team, the Royal Logistical Engineers Shooting Stars. They've come to give us a hand and boost up our numbers and give you a really good show. So what do we do normally? We are an infantry full-time team. We still do infantry work, we still have to do green kit, and this is also another part of that. We do a lot of training. Most of our training is in America, where we'll go out there for 3 weeks and we'll do nearly 100 jumps in that 3 weeks. It works out between 9 to 11 jumps a day. If you can think of going to the gym for 3 hours every day, that's pretty much what it's like on the arms. So what the aircraft now is doing, is now setting up ready for a woody run. What this means is it's a wind drift indicator. You should see yellow and red crepe paper fall from the aircraft in a few seconds. And what this does is it gives the jump master, who is today Sergeant Frank Millerick, he is one of the most senior jumpers on that aircraft today, with over 300 displays and 3,500 jumps to his name. What these indicators do is they'll fall down, giving us a direction of the winds, and this simulates a parachutist actually under canopy. This has been used since the days of World War II, and all it is a bit of paper will fall down, and if it lands over there, I'll be jumping into the sea. That's where we'll roughly be going. Where have they landed? Have they landed, or are they still in the air? Thank you very much for that. So ladies and gentlemen, what we've got here is ants also communicating with the aircraft via radio to make sure that we've got clear drop. What they're doing now is they're now climbing to altitude, getting ready to perform a display. What we have today, ladies and gentlemen, is a mixture of jumpers from those that have only done 20 displays all the way up to those that have done 100. Some have up to 200 jumps, some have 300. One of our newest members is from the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers, and he will be jumping with us today. This is his 11th display, I do believe. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little bit cold, I'm finding it. So we're sponsored by many, many teams, many organisations within the parachuting world as well as around. I would like to thank TSA Consulting, who are absolutely brilliant at what they do. Without what they do today in organising the slots for the aircrafts and getting people where they need to be, shows wouldn't be able to do. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand of applause to TSA for me. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, the jump master is now talking and briefing the rest of the team to decide on what they will be doing. I would like to tell you what they're going to be doing, but then that wouldn't be much of a surprise, would it? I'd like to keep you on your toes and see what happens. What will usually happen is you'll see some smoke come from the aircraft. Don't worry, it's not on fire. This is some of the smoke that we actually use. And it's either blue, yellow, green. It's really good smoke that we use from time to time. This will also be used on the ground. Why do we use smoke? For a number of reasons. It indicates when we're going to jump. It also indicates the strength of the wind also on the ground. What we're also trained to jump with, ladies and gentlemen, is flags. We'll jump with flags varying from sizes from small, that just about as big as a person, to nearly 200 square foot, to some of the really big ones of nearly 2,000 square feet. And some of them have weights varying between 5 kilos to nearly 24 kilos. This is why we ask for a big arena, because it gives us enough safe space in case anything goes wrong. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, the aircraft is coming up to looks like jump altitude, and he was just deciding on his running. It doesn't take as much training as some people believe. I have been doing display jumping for nearly 5 years, but my first display was straight after team training of nearly 2 weeks in team training in Cyprus. And it's not that different from normal, except everything's lower. Therefore, it feels a little bit more dangerous, but it's not. It's anything else, ladies and gentlemen. Courage makes you do what you need to do, and this sport is definitely one of them. So if you have a look up to the sky, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the plane that looks like it might be on running as it comes in on its way. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they are, I believe, at about 4,000 feet above sea level. And believe it or not, we can actually hear all the crowd. And that's what I love doing about displays. I entertain everyone here, and it's an absolute thrill to do that. So, if I'm right, ladies and gentlemen, they should be able to hear us up there, because 9 times out of 10 I can, because I'm hanging on the airplane. This is what the bloke with the smoke does. He'll hang on the outside, holding onto a rail, to actually trail that smoke, so that it doesn't damage anything in the aircraft, or actually blind anyone. So right now they're just coming over the top of the arena, and it looks like he's going into the jump run. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to count down from 3, 2, and 1. On 1, I want you to give a big, loud jump. They will be able to hear you, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to oblige. So let's give it a trial one, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? 3, 2, 1. I sense that was a little bit quiet. I know we can do better here, Eastbourne. I've been here and I've jumped here 4 times, and I know you guys can do better. Let's show everyone what we can do. 3, 2, 1. Oh, not quite. We're nearly there. I'm sure we can shout louder than we ever have, especially like in the World Cup. Oh, no, they did hear you, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. People in free fall now, reaching a total speed of 120 miles an hour. And then we have 1 canopy deployed, 2, 3, 4, 5. What they're doing now, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call penetration checks. They're seeing how strong the winds are and what direction they are, so they can set themselves up in an optimal position to ensure that they land exactly where they want to. Some of the team members on this jump today, ladies and gentlemen, have been representing the team in accuracy, and they've actually done very well. So you can see a variety of canopy colours and a variety of flags, and one flag has now come out. That is the regimental flag of the Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment. The Navy parachutes that you see above you are the Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment, the Tigers, and the blue, yellow and red are the RLCs. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, they're dynamically flying around, making it as entertaining as they can for you. This is the fun part, ladies and gentlemen, and if anyone ever wants to actually feel this like they've never done, I suggest you do a tandem. And you can always go to our website, thetigersfft.co.uk, to even try this for yourselves. And I would recommend this to anyone. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that I would take. So today, leading in, ladies and gentlemen, is Private Jacob Jackson. He is carrying our regimental flag. Please give him a big round of applause as he comes in. Private Jackson is very accurate when it comes to his landings, and I'm hoping he will hit the money again today as he comes in, ready to land. And he's very close, and a wonderful landing. Thank you very much. If you look up to the skies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an RLC jumper. This is Private Gibson as he comes in to land. He's a very new display jumper for the RLC. Please give him a round of applause. And if you look up, the Army flag is our Staff Sergeant. His name's Dave Livington. Please give him a round of applause as he comes in. What a fantastic landing. Spot on. And if you look up to the skies, ladies and gentlemen, you see Private Gibson. Oh, here we go. He's going, he wants that cross. He wants to beat Private Jackson. Can he, ladies and gentlemen? Very, very close. And here comes our Fusilier, Corporal Eddie Rudd. Give him a massive round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. If the junior guy hits the cross today, ladies and gentlemen, I will be very amazed. And that is a tall order. Oh, very close. That's a tall order. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look up to the sky, you will see now canopy relative work. This is also known as crew. They have grabbed each other's canopies and have now formed what that looks like a T. So the two canopies on top are actually holding his canopy underneath, and they've deployed the Union flag. These three people here are being followed by the cameraman. The three people that do crew are some of the more senior and more able-bodied jumpers, as crew is very, very dangerous. In skydiving, you are taught to stay away from people's lines, and in crew, you get in a canopy and you grab lines. It's why I don't do it, it scares the hell out of me. But they obviously are better than me. And there's the down plane as they split it, ladies and gentlemen. They travelled, believe it or not, at least 80 miles an hour. And we've got the first man coming in. I do believe that is Ryan Clarkson. Give him a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. As a very senior jumper and also a rigger that allows him to repair parachute equipment, I'd expect him to be very, very close. And behind him is Private Baldwright as he comes in. And behind, carrying the Union jacket, is also Private William Sims. Give him a round of applause. And carrying the TSA flag, ladies and gentlemen, is our team leader, Sergeant Frank Millerick. With 3,500 jumps under his belt and 500 displays, I expect him to land on that cross. Give him a massive cheer as he comes in to land, ladies and gentlemen. And he's on the money there, just shy. Ladies and gentlemen, a big thank you for watching, and we are proud to display in front of you. We are the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team.
Well done. A huge round of applause for Lance Corporal Daniel Hurst there. What exciting parachuting that was. Certainly takes your breath away, doesn't it? Absolutely. Oh, there's cue for a song. Absolutely outstanding stuff indeed. Really, really superb. But, well, with any luck, you'll get the chance to go and see those guys a little bit later on as well, because they'll be up on the lawns with the roundabout where the Army are based up there. And also, of course, you can get the chance to chat to them about their experience. It's not all as much fun, of course, but it's all part of the whole adventurous training scheme that the Army runs when they're not actually doing military training itself. But anyway, we've got a lot more coming your way, I can assure you. And next up, of course, the fabulous Red Arrows. But we need to reset the scene here. Pick up a program, by the way, if you've just arrived and joined us. A huge welcome to you. Thank you for coming down. Marvellous turnout from everybody. It's just wonderful to see so many people here this weekend. Really, really outstanding time we've all been having. And that program just expands. Will give you all the detail you need to know. Super sounds, Gabrielle. We're all chilling out. I hope we're having a good time. Do please, reminder, keep hold of all your belongings during the course of the afternoon, just to improve our safety. And that we're still on a high state of security, of course, across the UK. And so, if you do see anything that you're concerned about, just let some of the stewards know. Now there are various colour coding. Of course, anybody with a yellow jacket or a vest is bound to have some information or direction as part of the management. But there are also red T-shirts going around. They're collecting money, and they've got buckets with them, and we'd like you to fill those buckets up during the course of the day if you can. If you're having a great day today, fill those buckets up and you come back again and do it next year. But if you're looking for a program, and I recommend that to you, look out for the yellow T-shirts. They're wandering around occasionally. Not that I've seen one along the middle part of the seafront at the moment, but otherwise go to the information point in the Western Lawns or to the office or to near the pier. There are people all over the place willing to help you during the course of the afternoon to get all that detail to you. And do think responsibly, please, about the environment. We would like you to take your rubbish home with you if at all possible, but if not, then at least recycle it sensibly using one of the recycling points on the Western Lawns, the Lifeboat Museum or near the pier, all provided by one of our sponsors, Environment First. Now, come on, hands up. How many of you have seen the movie? Go on, let me see. How many have seen it twice? I've got friends who've been at least 4 times. Many of them have gone back to the IMAX and the HD and everything else. Coming up very shortly, we have the Red Arrows. Yeah, what I loved about it was the banter. And the banter internationally amongst military pilots is just second to none. Absolutely superb. Okay, some of the flying sequences may have been over the top, but you're going to see excellence in flying at its very peak very shortly, of course, when we welcome back once again for the 4th day the Red Arrows. Yes, airborne excellence is going to be in abundance this afternoon, not just the Red Arrows. A significant contribution, of course, from the Royal Air Force, but also from a lot of retired Air Force pilots who are now flying the vintage jets and warbirds that you're going to see this afternoon all over the skies. Popular Chinook coming back, and even the Blades, of course, all ex-Red Arrows themselves. Why don't you become a member of the Airborne Supporters Club? You get a limited edition pin badge available this year in a souvenir program, and also 10% discount at selected bars. Premium members can also make the most of access to VIP toilets. Now there's a bargain, and a limited edition poster and t-shirts. Prices available, and of course all the proceeds going to Airborne. Now go to the information stand where you also get the chance to pick up some really good Airborne merchandise as well. A superb t-shirt in there, but also caps, water bottles, mugs, a tote bag, a beach towel, and even a baby's first shirt, a first t-shirt, I should say. So all to the information point on the Western Lawns. Now, I'm not going to conduct too many surveys myself today, although I think we already have a very large collection of aviation enthusiasts with us. But if you'd like to support Airborne in becoming more sustainable in the future, then we'd love to hear from you about your visit. Please go to the online survey at eastbourneairshow.com survey. Yeah. On the red arrows, and of course we really start pumping up the action there, and we continue right through the course of the afternoon with a massive cross section of different aircraft. We've got Rod Dean coming back in his 50th air display year, a real legend of air display work, and of course both military and civilian as well. And then a couple of warbirds during the course of the afternoon, two aircraft coming down from Rolls-Royce, the Mustang, and also their marvellous Mark 19 Spitfire. But all-time favourites, particularly around the seaside air shows, the wingwalk formation, and I'm hoping that one of the wingwalking girls will join me in the box here this afternoon to give you a feel for what it's like to really fly around on the top of the wing of an aircraft at around about 150 miles an hour. Not easy at all, but a couple of vintage jets as well. One, a very international and curious aircraft. More about that a little bit later. And then squeezing into the afternoon into an action-packed show, of course, the Chinook, the Hawk of Fury, a welcome, we can say, change in many ways. There are not many of those left in the air. And making his debut with us here on Thursday, will be back with us. And, of course, we wouldn't be complete without the mighty Typhoon. So time now to get yourselves organised, get the kids sorted, get the teas and coffees topped up and the sandwiches, and get a good spot comfortable on the seafront or on the beach, wherever you happen to be walking at the moment. And we're just making sure that Red 10 goes about all his various responsibilities. Of course, there's a lot of activity. The Air Red Arrows require a bit more airspace, so we coordinate that with Gatwick. At the same time, we've got to ensure that the maritime area is also clear of any activity. And you see, the boats are all parked there, not by any coincidence, but because that's how we marshal them as well. We're not just running airspace, we're running sea space as well. And it's absolutely imperative that we protect anybody out there in their boats and, of course, anybody swimming as well. You're welcome to taking a dip, but right now I've got the thumbs up, and that means we're ready for some action. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together for one of the highlights of this afternoon, and welcome Red 10.
Good afternoon, Eastbourne. I am Squadron Leader Graham Muscat, and I am Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. It's absolutely fantastic to be here at Eastbourne. This is our 4th day here at Eastbourne, and it's been great so far. And it's great to see so many of you here on the shoreline to watch our final display of Airborne Eastbourne. I have my radio here. I'm just in contact with Red 1 to make sure that they do all their pre-display checks and to ensure that we arrive on time. As I said, it's absolutely fantastic to be here at these events. As we know, COVID-19, as George mentioned earlier, has made a significant effect on these type of events. And we are now in our season. We are almost, in fact, we're actually over 2/3 of the way through our season this year, where we are total displays of 65 displays and up to 15 official fly pass, which means that we are now at numbers where we were in 2018, where 2019, the actual UK domestic season was cut short. And you may have seen the reason why when the team went off to do their USA and Canada tour, and they made that documentary for everyone to see. And that's because one of the roles of the Red Arrows is to promote global Britain. We literally fly the red, white and blue through the sky, promoting global Britain across trade and industry, working alongside our partners in those industries to promote British trade. And we do that all the way across the world, across Europe, and certainly in 2019 across the USA and Canada. But we also represent the wider Royal Air Force, and as such, we are on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And they are through the Quick Reaction Typhoon aircraft, and you'll see the Typhoon display later on with Flight Lieutenant Paddy O'Hare, which is an incredible aircraft. And they are on duty 24/7, defending the skies against any adversary that may come towards our airspace. We work alongside our NATO allies across Europe. We are, of course, a military unit, and as such, we are commanded by Wing Commander David Montenegro. He's a former team leader and synchro leader. He's also a former Tornado F3 pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Tucano. There are 9 pilots on the team, and each pilot must have over 1,500 fast jet hours, be assessed as above average in the air, and must have completed 1 operational tour before they can even apply to the team. And of those over 30, 40 applications each year, those numbers get sifted down to the 9, and the 9 come out with us on our spring exercise in Greece, which is known as Exercise Springhawk. So I can hear now Red 1 on the radio. They have done their final checks before they join the display. That means they will prime the smoke, make sure it is ready for the arrival. I have now been in contact with Reds 1. They are now in a wall formation, which is the widest formation that we have, which is about 300 feet from wingtip to wingtip across the entire formation. However, they are probably about 30 seconds out, so please get your cameras ready. Here they are, the 2022 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. We have three types of display that we can do. We are either full, rolling, or flat. And that is generally dependent on cloud base and visibility. However, the airspace construct above Eastbourne today actually only allows us to do a rolling display at the maximum, and the weather looks fine for that. You can see the team have now collapsed into 7 Arrow, with Red 1 squad leader Tom Bold, who's in his second year on the team, bringing the team around to the right. He's a former Typhoon pilot, a team synchro leader from 2017, and a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II and the Tucano. However, get your cameras ready for the 7 Arrow roll.
Easing up, Griffon, go, and roll.
As the team to roll towards us, they will be upside down and they will be able to see the entire length of the beach, so make sure you give them a massive wave as they are upside down. On the right-hand side is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Stu Roberts. He is in his first year on the team, having previously flown Typhoon on 11 and 12 squadrons at RAF Coningsby. His opposite number on the left-hand side is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. Paddy is also in his first year on the team, having previously flown Tornado GR4 and Typhoon on 11 and 12 squadrons at RAF Coningsby. The smoke goes on as Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 make their way back to sit just behind Red 6. The Red Arrows is based at RAF Scampton. RAF Scampton is the famous home base of that famous 617, the Dam Busters Squadron, who flew the light Lancaster, which unfortunately went tech on the way here. Scampton will close at the end of this year, and the team will move to RAF Waddington, which is just to the south of Lincoln. And in tribute to Scampton, its station, its history and its personnel, and now that the famous Dam Busters Squadron flies the F-35, this is the Lightning Present.
Coming left now. Holding the bank now, tightening.
On the far right-hand side, uppermost as we look at it, is Squadron Leader John Bond, known as Bondy. Bondy is in his 5th year on the team. Having previously been the synchro leader last year, he is also a former Typhoon pilot and a former qualified flying instructor on the Tucano. And he was the Tucano display pilot in 2012. The smoke goes on from Reds 4 and 5 as Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 move up to sit just behind Red 1. The go call is made as 7 moves to the left, 6 moves to the right, making all the odd numbers on the left-hand side and all the even numbers on the right. Also, while Red 1 is bending the formation at 3G around to the right, making the moves even more difficult. But once again, Eastbourne, get your cameras ready for the Phoenix roll.
Rolling out. Easing up, Griffon, go, and roll.
Once again, as they go upside down, give them a wave. As they roll, you can see the iconic shape of the Hawk aircraft. The Hawk has been in service with the Royal Air Force since 1976. And it has been the aircraft of the Red Arrows since 1979, where it replaced the fallen Gnat. Since the closure of 100 Squadron and 736 Royal Naval Air Squadron in March of this year, that makes the Red Arrows the sole operator of the Hawk T-Mark I in the United Kingdom. Once again, the smoke comes on from Reds 4 and 5 as they make their way all the way to the rear of the formation. The Royal Air Force is constantly looking to try and adapt and develop its capabilities, and on the 1st of April 2021, the UK Space Command was formed as the Royal Air Force acknowledges that space plays an important role in all future operations of air, land, maritime, and those cyber domains. In a tribute to the importance of space in future operations, with a shape that represents the lunar landing craft from those early 1960s missions, this is Apollo.
Holding the bank now, tightening.
As I said earlier, the Squadron is a military unit. There are 9 pilots. However, it's not just about the pilots. There are over 120 personnel on the aerobatic team, and over 100 of them are the engineers, the administrators, the support, the operations, and the public relations. And they are known as the Blues due to the colour of their coveralls that they wear. Within those Blues, there are 10 specially selected individuals who fly in the back of our aircraft in between displays when we cannot take the full engineering complement. And these are known as the Circus. One individual who is with me at every display is Circus 10 Air Specialist 1, Abigail Druitt. And she is here today filming the display for debrief and for safety purposes. However, she is also responsible for a lot and almost every single airborne image you see as she films it from the back of my aeroplane. As you can see now, the team have broken into 2 sections with Reds 4 and 5 in trail, with one of the crowd favourites representing the combat aircraft no longer in service but on operations for nearly 40 years. Get your cameras ready for the colourful and dynamic Tornado.
Good one. Go. 4 and 5. 4, go. 4.
The aboard call is made as Reds 4 and 5 roll around the smoke of the rest of the formation. Watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings the formation to the right.
Right, now.
As Red 4 and 5 now smoke red and blue. Red 5 smoking red is Flight Lieutenant Dave Simmons, known as Simo. Simo's in his 4th year on the team, having previously flown Tornado GR4, as well as the Harrier and the F5 while on exchange with the United States Marine Corps. Two 2022 is an important year for the UK and the Commonwealth as Her Majesty the Queen, Queen Elizabeth II, celebrates 70 years on the throne, making her the longest serving Queen in history. You'll have seen us over the Platinum Jubilee weekend over London. Once again, you get to take pictures of it. Please get your cameras ready for the Platinum Jubilee Present.
Come on, go.
During that fly past, the aircraft are flying with their air brakes out. That's the small door on the bottom of the aircraft towards the rear. This means that the pilots now have to set a higher throttle setting, thereby producing a hotter engine gas temperature, and this makes the colour of the smoke burn a lot more brightly. As we come to the end of the first half of the show, you have seen some formation flying involving 7 aircraft. Formation flying is a core skill of all military pilots, so I think you'll agree the Red Arrows take it to the next level with some fantastic formation changes and aerobatics. You'll see now that the team has split into 2 sections. We have Reds 1 through 5. They are now known as Enid, and they are named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's series book. And red 6 and 7 in trail, they are the synchro pair led by red 6, the synchro leader. In the second half, you will see the fast, the dynamic, the high-speed opposition passes. As this part of the show shows the ability of the pilots and the agility of the Hawk, but look forward with Enid on top. And the synchro pair below, get your cameras ready for the detonator.
Vehicle recovery.
The synchro pair breaking away from us. You have red 7 on the left, smoking red, and red 6 smoking blue on our right-hand side. They now pull up using 30 degrees nova to approximately 1,000 feet before they turn hard back towards the display line. They will dive down to 100 feet above the sea, and they will have a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour as they perform a series of barrel rolls in a maneuver we call the double rolls. As the synchro pair leave the display area, look to your front, to the right. You'll see Enid formation coming in on approximately 45 degrees. They pull up using the white smoke. The red, white and blue comes on as they perform a series of barrel rolls in the sky, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky. This is a maneuver that we call the Python. The motto of the Red Arrows is Eclat, which means excellence. That means every member of the squadron, from the commanding officer all the way down to the junior rank, is striving for excellence in everything that we do. And as such, we are also aware that we are guardians of that motto for no more than 3 to 5 years, depending on how long we are on the squadron. And we try to leave the squadron in a better place from where we left it for those joining behind us. However, as the Enid leave the display area, keep looking to your left, look to your right as the synchro pair rejoin the display line once again at that 100 feet above the sea. And a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour, they will conduct a series of 360-degree aileron rolls. Before they simultaneously pull up at approximately 5 to 6G. Red 6 and 7 now trying to mirror each other as they go up to around about 2,500 feet before they are inverted at 60 degrees nose down, back down to their display height, in a maneuver that we call the Boomerang. Look to your left-hand side and you can see Enid running back in a line abreast formation. The white smoke is on. Red 1 makes a call as Reds 2 and 3, smoking red, roll around the formation. Reds 4 and 5, smoking blue, as they do the same around Reds 2 and 3. In one of the hardest maneuvers for our new pilots each year to master, this is the rollbacks.
Little bit.
Keep looking to your right-hand side and you can see the synchro pair racing back in with 6 leading Red 7 in trail. The smoke comes on. Red 6 rolls inverted. He is now upside down. He can see you, so wave and give him a wave as he travels the entire length of the beach as Red 7 rolls around the smoke of Red 6. Red 7 is Flight Lieutenant James Turner. JT is in his 3rd year on the team, having previously flown Typhoon and is a former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark 1. Keep your eyes on the synchro pair as they pull now 5 to 6G back towards the display line. 5 to 6G means that everything about them is now weighing 5 to 6 times heavier than what you and I are now. Leading that formation is Red 6, the synchro leader, squadron leader Gregor Ogston. 4th year on the team, having flown Typhoon and Harrier, and a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark 2. The blue's on. He's turning left. He's lining up the synchro pair with the formation on our right-hand side. Once again, get your cameras ready for the colourful double goose.
Power. Little bit right. Now.
Each aircraft is fitted with a smoke pod. That smoke pod is capable of producing 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke, and 1 minute of blue smoke. However, look directly to your front and you will see the synchro pair running back in. Once again, get your cameras ready. The red smoke comes on as the synchro pair split and produce a wonderful synchro heart. And the Red Arrows would like to congratulate Lisa and Mark Coughlin on their 1st wedding anniversary today, and we hope you enjoy our heart over the bay of Eastbourne for you. The synchro pair now setting up for their final pass at that 100 feet and on that closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. In a manoeuvre which was named by a viewer of the One Show in 2020, a series of barrel rolls and inverted flying in a manoeuvre called the crossbow. As the synchro pair leave the display, give them one final round of applause. However, look directly to your front, just to the right-hand side of the RNLI boat, and you can see Enid running back in, smoking white directly ahead of you. Red 1 smokes red as he rolls around the formation, leaving the infinity symbol in the sky for the infinity break. But Eastbourne, on our final day, you've been amazing. Please put your hands together for the 2022 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. Red 1 puts the white smoke on. He will gather the rest of the formation and lead them back to Southend Airport, which is where we're operating from today. They will do a quick refuel and turn of the aircraft. It'll take about 2.5 hours before we then display at Folkestone later on today. Following that, we'll do another turn and then we fly back to Scampton later on this evening. I myself will jump in a helicopter and I'll get flown down to Folkestone and meet up with the guys later on today. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, we are, of course, on the internet, raf.mod.uk. raf.mod.uk/Red Arrows. We are on Insta and Twitter at RAF Red Arrows. Each pilot also has their account. And we're also on Facebook, RAF Red Arrows. I'll be at the Red Arrows PR tent for approximately 10-15 minutes after this if you want to come and say hi. But finally, on our last day of Eastbourne, I want to say a massive thank you to everybody that's turned out over these last 4 days. We love displaying for you once again. Please take care of yourself for the rest of the day and going home. Thanks for your support. Enjoy your day. Thanks. Goodbye.
And grateful thanks to Squadron Leader Graham Muscat there, leading us through an outstanding display. Really, really first class, superb entertainment, and a really great example of expertise in the air as well. Well, we're just having a super time chilling out here on the bench, and actually there's so many things to get through and to say, and so many people. We've thanked our sponsors who've been just terrific, but of course there's a massive team, most of them volunteers as well, helping out. And if you haven't picked up a program, then do so, because Elaine and her amazing team of program sellers have been working tirelessly raising funds for this air show. If you haven't already got one and updated the flying times schedule with that as well, you can find the program sellers in their fabulous yellow T-shirts all along the seafront. Do give them a thumbs up as soon as you see them. Really, really worthwhile. And for me, also a mention for Curtis Mays, who's been running the beachfront team, supplying you with deck chairs. I reckon they've all been sold out for the last 4 days, but if there is a spare one, just use it. Get yourself comfortable, and somebody will come along and just charge you a £5 for the rest of the day. Pretty good, but he also runs all the concerts, which have been a sellout success as well. And then finally, a personal hello and a happy birthday to Lynn Holden, who's here with her chums from Wilmington, and we'd just like to say a big welcome to Eastbourne to us, and I hope you're having a really great birthday out with us all here at wonderful Airborne. Well, we calm down things a little bit just for a few minutes. In the next 20 minutes or so, we've got Rod Dean coming up very shortly in the Firefly. That'll be followed by the P-51D Mustang, an outstanding example of that genre of aircraft from the Rolls-Royce Heritage Collection. And then we've got a special fly pass, one and only this particular weekend, from a Royal Air Force Puma. Well, as we prepare to settle in for a more sublime half hour coming up, just a reminder that please look after all your belongings, won't you? Make sure the children have got a wristband as well with your contact details on them. If you haven't done that, then of course you can pick them up from the information stands or indeed the lifeguard station where we've got people there as well. And that also features as the lost and found people location if you're having any trouble locating the rest of your family during the afternoon. But make the most of that. Please also keep close hold on all your belongings during the course of the day. If you happen to move and change, go into town, please take things with you, just so that we maintain a sense of safety and security around the site. But if you do see anything of concern, please, of course, speak to any of the stewards and volunteers around the site, all easily identifiable. And just another plea for your rubbish. Please treat it sensibly. Take it home if you can. If not, we have recycling points around the Western Lawns and, of course, in the Pier area as well. And all environmentally friendly, doing our best to keep the planet safe. And the same applies to airplanes. We're monitoring fuel burns and things like that. So many of the jets using sustainable aviation fuel now. And indeed, most of the smoke you see, all environmentally friendly stuff as well. Okay, just a couple of minutes now to go. I hear Rod on the air traffic network already, and he'll be starting in the next minute or so. In fact, I think I just heard him saying he's about to commence his flying display, which is very good news. So boys and girls, keep your eyes open. A little bit harder to spot. It's a small aircraft, but it is painted yellow and black in what we call a high conspicuity colour scheme. And yellow and black being two very, very good colours. Black, probably the strongest in the air. Yellow, I'm told, is the best colour on the roads to spot. But we're going to be treated to an expert aerobatic albeit a slower version than that you've seen with the Red Arrows. We've got aircraft stationed all around the south coast, and unsurprisingly they're coming in for a variety of different directions during the course of the day, all over the place, from Lydd, from Red Hill in this case with Rod, Shoreham, Southend, and also North Weald as well. And over the last couple of days, we've had aircraft at Odium too. But running in now, I'd like to give a warm Eastbourne and Airborne 2022 welcome to Rod Dean in the T-67 Firefly. So this is a delightful little aircraft, originally produced out of the acquisition of the Fournier company, a French-designed wooden two-seat aerobatic aircraft, and in particular the Fournier RF6, after Slingsby bought the rights to the former company René Fournier. Slingsby produced a number of wooden T-67s before moving on to what you see here, a glass-reinforced plastic structure, more suitable to modern training aircraft, and this design was aimed directly at a military training requirement. It's a 160 horsepower variant of the T-67M version, a Mark II. It's got an injected 160 horsepower engine, a 3-blade constant speed propeller, and also inverted fuel and oil systems. Very handy when you happen to be flying upside down. There was changes to the canopy, and you can see from the configuration of the aircraft just what a really good visibility the pilot has in this. And Rod pulling up now into what looks like a stall turn to me. He's just running out of airspeed now, and he puts a big boot of rudder in, and that turns the aircraft on its tail all the way through 180 degrees in the sky there, and then using all that height to bring back speed and energy to go into the next maneuver, looking like a very nice barrel roll, going right round the outside of an imaginary barrel in the air. Two larger tanks were put in for this as well. The aircraft destined for use by the Defence Elementary Flying Training Schools to teach pilots from all three services, from having no experience whatsoever right up to full instrument flight qualifications. It's fully aerobatic, as you can see, and with that inverted oil and fuel system, able to fly inverted for about 5 minutes. Not bad going, although it's up to the pilot whether you can stay inverted for that long. It's not a very pleasant position to be in. But now you see, as he rolls the aircraft around and goes upside down, the black colour scheme on the underside of the aircraft and yellow on top. Black is kept to a minimum on this form of structure, the glass reinforced plastic structure, because it does absorb a lot of heat. And therefore yellow not only being the next best conspicuity colour, but also able to reflect additional heat as well. Rod made his name about 50 years ago, almost to the day, when he won a prize at the very first International Air Tattoo at North Weald in 1972. He was flying a Hunter that day, and he's gone on to fly a massive range of aircraft, and he just lives and breathes aviation. His son was here yesterday himself. He's destined to join the Blades, but he was here commentating on his father, and a very unique opportunity that was. So Rod, a consummate aviation professional, needs very little introduction in many ways, because most of us in the aviation work have worked, known him, seen him fly, or been involved in the regulatory work he used to do with the CAA. Having started out with the Hunter and Jaguar, he's spent time flying the Hawk, the Jet Provost, the Meteor, the Gnat and the Chipmunk. Was the Hunter display pilot for both 1972 and 73. And he flew over 50 public displays during those 2 years. Left the service as a squadron leader and went into business in the flight simulation service, but also, more importantly, the air safety business and overseeing civil aviation regulation of air displays as well. He's been involved heavily with the Farnborough Airshow and also other notable air shows around the country, Blackpool, Biggin Hill, Great Yorkshire, and is now the flying display coordinator for the Imperial War Museum at Duxford. All his skills coming now, because this is a relatively underpowered aircraft, and energy management is key to keeping it, and that's why he starts higher and he comes down to base height eventually, doing some very gentle aerobatic maneuvers. But if you put all that jet experience together with his warbird experience of Mustang, Corsair, Wildcat, Sea Fury, Bearcat, Hurricane, Harvard and Sky Raider, then a phenomenal amount. But he has a huge amount of time on the first generation jets as well, the Meteor, the Vampire and the Venom. But of course still loves his Hunter aircraft at heart. So agile aircraft, I've got a few hours on this myself, and I must admit, a very, very enjoyable aircraft. Most people prefer the 260 horsepower version of it, though of course you can just get a few more dynamic aerobatic sequences out of that particular aircraft. But Rod's slowing the aircraft down now, just given an opportunity to see how slow the aircraft can fly, as well as the various speed brackets as well. But using this fly down the line here now to reposition the aircraft. And actually against the sky you can see how well that yellow configuration stands out. A lot of modern glass fibre aircraft, including gliders, all in white, and very, very difficult to see, but a particularly good aspect there in that oblique turn. Now, to keep you in good practice, of course, when he flies down the line and with that lovely big canopy, he'll be taking a peek out at you down on the ground there. So we get a bit of early practice in, and you can give him a wave as he goes by. Absolutely wonderful, genial gentleman is Rod Dean, great entertainer, and as I say, aviation running through his blood system, and still keeping fit and young to keep it going well into his 70s. So even slower this time. Really is great opportunity. Yeah, Rod's keeping his peaky eye out there, having a good look at you down on the beach, boys and girls. And he says he's almost complete. He's going to make one final pass from the east, so he'll be turning left in a minute and coming down towards the pier. And we'll get a bit of a Mexican wave going, shall we, along the beach as he passes you. Just wave whatever you've got in your hands at the time, including your hands, coats, umbrellas, hats, ice creams, whatever you've got. We'll get in the mood for increasing the activity during the course of the afternoon, shall we, boys and girls? Come on, this is a super chap doing his best to demonstrate, actually, in many ways, a tricky aircraft, a little bit underpowered, and doing a really, really super job. So what you've been watching, a terrific legend of air display aviation. Rod Dean giving you a wing waggle as well in the T-67 Firefly. Give him a huge wave off as he now disappears back to his home base of Red Hill. Really, really nice bit of flying. Well, you just heard there the traffic instructions. You may have picked it up in the background to my headset here, that the next aircraft has already been given clearance to fly in on time, which is very, very good news indeed, because it's one of my favourites, that's for sure. And I think you're really going to enjoy this next aircraft, because it's coming from Rolls-Royce, and I'll explain the reasons behind that in just a moment. And it is an absolutely wonderful machine. Its presence is superb. Its history absolutely outstanding. And in many ways, I was connected with a bit of American aviation, but it is also a British thoroughbred in distinctive activity, design, and of course the engine being the key to it. Yes, in just a moment or two, and I think I may have him over on the left-hand side. We've got the pleasure now of Graham. No, it's Alistair Williams flying this particular aircraft from Rolls-Royce in the P-51D Mustang. Yeah, what a lovely sight and sound that is, isn't it? It's an absolutely fantastic machine. One of the most successful long-range fighter escorts of World War II. Able to penetrate with escorting the bombers almost as far as Berlin during the course of the latter part of the Second World War. Not an instant success initially. It was designed for the British in only 120 days to meet their requirement to purchase more fighters. But the first ones were built with Allison engines, and whilst they were reasonably good at low altitudes, they were considered very underpowered and disappointing at high levels. However, the aircraft was very much transformed in around about 1942 with the fitting of the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine and tested in place of the Allison. Of course, same engine used in the Spitfires, and then it was built under license by Packard, and you'll often hear a reference to Packard Merlins. A wonderful whistling tune there coming from the wind across the gun ports, just as if you're blowing over the top of a bottle, and good armament it had as well. But the engine installed initially on the P-51B and C models, and then developed into the slightly meatier platform of, in 1944, the 51D with its bubble canopy, 6 guns, and one of the most iconic and potent fighters of all time. So why do Rolls-Royce operate this? Well, of course, it's all about inspiring and educating and promoting aviation heritage through the operation and demonstration of rare and historically accurate aircraft, engines and artifacts. They set out to showcase historic design and engineering excellence, whilst also describing the pathway to modern technology and sustainability through STEAM. Yes, that's STEM with an A in it: science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics. But add to that a bit of media and visits and promotional activity. And you've got a company and aircraft who are out to tell the story of and commemorate those who fought for their country. It's flown today by Alistair Williams, known as Steg to his chums, and known to me through my association also with Army Aviation, because he trained initially as an anti-tank helicopter pilot, flying the Lynx helicopter on 2 operational tours, was an instructor at Middle Wallop, and also 2 seasons with the Blue Eagles helicopter display team, something I used to manage myself some 15 years or so ago. But Steg has now been working, flying the Gulfstream for the company, and also part of the operations team. And now, really luckily, managing the Rolls-Royce Heritage flight as well, because he flies the Mustang you see today and also the Harvard throughout the air display season. This particular Mustang rolled off the North American aviation production line at Inglewood in California in mid-1944. It was delivered to the United States Army Air Force in 1945, but didn't actually see combat itself in the war, and is believed to have spent most of its service life in training, having been delivered in 1951 to the Royal Canadian Air Force, where it spent time with number 403 City of Calgary Squadron through until April 1959, when it was eventually retired from service. One of the reasons this was added to match the Spitfire, the Griffon-powered Spitfire that you're going to see later from Rolls-Royce, was that it was the perfect fit, really, because of the Merlin aircraft fit that it has, and of course its global appeal. But it also celebrates a historic and ongoing relationship between Rolls-Royce and the United States Air Force. Rolls-Royce acquired this aircraft from Sean Patrick, who at that stage had it registered, or certainly displayed it as the Shark. Some of you may remember that. But after a refurbishment and repaint, now appearing in the colours of Colonel Donald Blakesley. He was the legendary commanding officer of the 4th Fighter Group, the Debden Eagles. And it's a very accurate representation of his aircraft. His wartime mount was Whiskey Delta Charlie, and as a result of that and the association with Blakesley, it was known as Warhorse, and that was a nod to Mustang's namesake and Blakesley's radio call. You remember, if we go back to the movie Maverick, we all have a call sign, or handle as they call it, and I think most people know mine. He was called Horseback Leader. And the aircraft, this aircraft and the Spitfire, now operating out of East Midlands Airport near the main Rolls-Royce site in Derby, all housed together with the Harvard. Lovely topside pass there. Some great statistics on this. Maximum speed just over 500 miles an hour. Maximum level speed of 437 miles an hour, and a stall speed of quite high actually at 100 miles an hour. But you know, phenomenal range. 1,800 miles is absolutely exceptional with the drop tanks fitted. Service ceiling almost 42,000 feet. Really strong machine too, able to withstand G limits +8 to -4. Able to carry 6 machine guns, 400 rounds per inboard gun, and 272 hard points for up to 2,000 pounds of bombs, and 10 5-inch rockets. A truly formidable aircraft, and one to be feared, but also respected for the excellent escorted work that it did. I think Alistair may be positioning now for his final sequence. Using all that high once again, no doubt, departing in with a roll at the middle, but do give him a wave. He'll be taking a quick peek as well before he leaves. And Alistair there, Steg, as I say, he's known to his mates, so flies off into the wild blue yonder, and I'm sure with a massive big smile on his face as well. A real pleasure to see that aircraft, a real treat having such notable warbirds back here involved in airborne as well. Really superb. Well, just breaking out in the background here, I hear the sound of rotary aviation for the first time today. And it's not what you're expecting just yet, because I know we've got the Chinook is going to display for us. But this time we actually have an aircraft we don't see very often on the display circuit. We used to see a lot of it sort of 10, 15 years or so ago. The Puma. And it's just doing one special treat flypast for us today, because it's essentially going to be flying most of its time away from the United Kingdom, and doing various operational work overseas. So they've taken the opportunity before they deploy on that, as a result of 230 Squadron's coordination here with our flight management team, to give us an opportunity to see it before they embark on all those operations. So we just keep our eyes out now. I think if you look up to the right-hand side, you'll see this aircraft coming in to join us. It's just going to reposition and no doubt drop down a little bit lower, and we'll get a closer look at it. It's a medium support helicopter used in a variety of combat roles, ranging from the tactical movement of troops, weapons, ammunition and stores on the battlefield, to the extraction of casualties on the front line. The aircraft, of course, also deployed to support humanitarian and disaster relief, as well as non-combative evacuations. The aircraft celebrated 50 years of service in November last year, joining the Chinook's 40 years of celebration. Both aircraft flew together in a commemorative flight across the south of England, with both aircraft featuring in a special anniversary tail art as well. So coming in now from the right-hand side, now at display height. A great opportunity, boys and girls. It's only going to be one fly past, I understand. So give the crew, I hope they'll have the door open and they'll be looking down at you. And let's get that wave going from the beachy head end of the airborne beaches here today, right the way through to beyond the pier. Because they say a real one-off, a great chance to see the crew from 230 Squadron. Got a performance speed of up to 192 miles an hour, 2 turbo mecha engines in there, and based out of RAF Benson. The Puma. And a short but fleeting and memorable presence there from this aircraft. Able to carry up to 16 passengers, 12 fully equipped troops of 2 tons freight. Also well operating harsh environments. I was out in the first Gulf War with a different aircraft. I remember seeing a lot of them there when I was in and out of the desert, lifting troops and supplies whenever needed. It can be dismantled and prepared for transportation via C-17 aircraft in just 4 hours and flown to any part of the globe. A hugely flexible, there you hear them in the background just signing off, and we wish them the best of luck in their overseas work. Well, coming up in about 2 minutes, something rather different for you, which is a bit of a treat as well, and truly making this an international show, because the next aircraft is something right out of the 50s in many respects. Many of us seniors around the place will remember all the extraordinary designs of that day, the Dandare type things and space vessels, and the aircraft had a sort of short, stubby appearance in those days, very often with a big sort of engine intake right at the front end, and that's exactly what this captures, the mood and spirit, and also perhaps the fear of the Cold War period. This aircraft coming all the way across from Norway. So let's set the mood, shall we? We're going to go back a few decades now to the heart of the Cold War, when it was very difficult to second guess who, what and where, but this aircraft showed its talent, skills, of course, in the course of the Korean War, where it certainly made its name. Keep your eyes peeled now for something very different and something very historic, and also something that is not actually based here, and therefore an extra treat for us to see this class, style and particular aircraft. Here we go. Please welcome the MiG-15. Well, I told you it was different, didn't I? Extraordinary machine. Out of the Mikoyan Gurevich factory, pair of innovative Russian designers, the MiG-15, with a NATO reporting tag called the Faggot. Developed for the Soviet Union, the MiG-15 was one of the most successful swept-wing jet fighters and achieved fame in the skies over Korea, where early in the war it outclassed all straight-winged enemy fighters in most applications. Produced in unbelievable numbers, 12,000 of them manufactured in the heart of the Soviet Union, then followed up by licensed foreign production of another 6,000, many of them in Poland, where this one was acquired from. So here we have a unique aircraft in history, a Polish derivative of a Soviet aircraft brought to you by a Norwegian from Oslo. I happened to be in Oslo myself just a couple of weeks ago and met the pilot who's flying here today. Ken Arkvila is a total enthusiast, an absolutely wonderful man, and every summer brings some of his aircraft across to UK to show us very often aircraft that we don't have flying, and this is one of them. He set up an outfit called the Norwegian Historical Air Force Squadron, and has a couple of Vampires as well as this aircraft, and also a Canadair T-Bird, the CT-133. It's a non-profit organization keeping unique aircraft such as this in the air, And they just love getting them out and showing them off. He flies all around Europe. It was founded in 2008, based at Riga Air Base, just south of Oslo. Starting out with the Vampires, and then, of course, moving on and achieving the various authorizations required to keep it on the display circuit. Very often using retired Royal Norwegian Air Force technicians with more than 40 years of experience on these jets. He also used retired Polish technicians who'd worked on MiG-15s as well to help him out. Really super guy, putting a lot of passion and enthusiasm into keeping this outfit going. Ken himself flew with the Norwegian Air Force, did a lot of work with forward air controllers, directing and guiding aircraft to attack ground targets, and then went on to become a captain with Scandinavian Airlines, SAS, flying the whole series of Boeing 737 aircraft, before setting up the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron. Now, some of you may have seen this aircraft before in slightly different colors because it appeared as a MiG-15 representing a very famous guy, the first astronaut in space. And of course, that was Yuri Gagarin, whose MiG-15 had a red star on it, and it was known as Red 15. But of course, the history of the MiG-15 made famous in the Korean War. And one of the only jets to have been shot down, and we'll mention this when we see the Hawker Fury later, by a Sea Fury from the Royal Navy, an FB-11, when it downed one of these jets during the course of the war. The only time when a piston engine aircraft has gained superiority over a jet. But why do they have one of these? Well, it's basically because Norwegians, of course, share a border with what was then the Soviet Union, now Russia. And there were many encounters between the Royal Norwegian Air Force and Soviet aircraft during the course of the Cold War. And they felt it appropriate to have in the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron a representative of what was then the Cold War enemy. But here, with different markings, this aircraft now representing an aircraft that was captured when a North Korean pilot defected to the south in 1953, just a short 17-minute flight, absolutely shocking and surprising everybody when it landed at Nokumsok, and was the name of the pilot, so it landed in South Korea. And absolutely extraordinary, took everybody by surprise. And the aircraft was utilized straight away to be flight tested. It was taken to Kadena Air Base in Okinawa, where it was flown by an equally famous guy. You may remember the test pilot, Major Chuck Yeager, who himself was part of the original space race development program as a test pilot. He never made it into space himself, but was the same genre and time scales as the previous pilot of the MiG-15, Yuri Gagarin. And they evaluated the aircraft using Chuck and his other teammate, Harold Tom Collins. And so this aircraft is now painted in the same colors that they painted it during that evaluation phase with the United States Air Force. Just coming in the background there, the sound of Ken with that Norwegian lilt coming through clear and loud to say that this is his final flypast. They're unique aircraft and a real pleasure to be hosting a truly international visitor here at Airborne 2022. You know what to do, boys and girls, mums and dads, don't you? You give Ken a massive farewell wave, starting down at Beachy Head there, keeping it going all the way along the fly line. He's an absolutely top guy, fascinating aircraft. You'll be watching Ken Arkvila in the MiG-15. Oh, I thought that was absolutely outstanding. I just love the side of that. It puts a bit of hairs up on the back of my neck. It just seems so it's just a scary thing to have around the sky. And he's just such a top guy as well. He's brilliant. He really makes an effort to get these aircraft around Europe. Fabulous stuff indeed. Well, we go from the sublime to the fun, actually, very, very soon now, because you're going to see a pair of biplanes up in the sky, I think off to your right-hand side, somewhere around about Beachy Head. And they're not just any old biplanes, they're a pair of Stearmans, and they've got two crew, but one of the crew on each of the aircraft's not even in the cockpit, because it's a young girl to be standing on the wing, standing up to about 150 miles an hour. And actually, if you look over to the right-hand side now, over the top of Beachy Head, you can see them. And the great thing is, I've got a real surprise guest this afternoon, which is a real treat for us, especially for you youngsters out there, because when you see what these girls do on the top of the wing, you will now know what it's like and what you have to do to become a wing walker, because I've got Kirsten right next to me, whose name is familiar from flying here a couple of days ago. Kirsten, good afternoon to you.
Hello.
Oh, she's back again.
Back
I
again.
tell you what, coming in now, Kirsten. Okay, this is a fantastic display. We all love it to bits, especially around the seas. It just fits the genre. But actually, you're up there. You were up there yesterday on the top of that wing. You're at about 1,500 feet, 1,000 feet. What's going through your mind?
So at this part of the display, we've just climbed up over Beachy Head at this point. So we started off at Shoreham. And then when we got to Beachy Head, we climbed out of the cockpit and then onto the top wing and strapped ourselves in. And right now they're just about to do a loop. So the dive reaches about 165 miles an hour. That's our top speed. And we will experience a 4G pull when we're at the bottom. And then over the top, there is nothing more fantastic than seeing your best friend in the sky, upside down, on top of a biplane, waving next to you.
Yeah, well, here they are, the magnificent men and ladies in their flying machines. They're going to go up, down, 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 and oh my word, what must it be like as the blood goes up and down from your legs to your head, all in one go. The smoke is on, the machines there, hear that wonderful rasping sound of the Pratt & Whitney 9-cylinder, 450 horsepower engine. Fabuloso. Now, it looks and feels like a flying circus, Kirsten. Do you feel that way?
I sure do. It really is a lot of fun up there. It's just the most wonderful feeling of freedom. Obviously, it's very windy. You are going very, very fast up there. But the views are just incredible, and it's just a feeling like no other.
Now, you've got a bit of circus training, haven't you? So why is that so important for this job?
I do indeed. So my background is I used to be in the circus as a trapeze artist. So all of our wing walkers have backgrounds in strength and flexibility. So Libby, who's flying on the orange aircraft today, she's a very sporty lady. Emma, who is on the bottom aircraft at the moment, the blue one. She used to be a dancer, so we're all sort of gymnasts, dancers, that sort of thing, which really helps you when you're doing all of these flexible positions on the wing. We have to be very, very strong, as the wind is very, very strong. There's a lot of resistance up there, so you can see the girls waving. They are really giving it their all.
So that must be pretty tricky, because trying to wave there, do you have to actually hold your arm firm and move it like the Queen does, you know, left to right? Because otherwise, when you stick your hand out of a window at 60 miles an hour, you've got to work hard to keep it in the right place.
Yeah, we sure do. I mean, I don't know if you ever have tried it, but it is a lot of resistance on your body. We try and make our waves as big as we can so that crowd can see our waves, but we can also see your waving all the time. So please do give the girls a wave, as it is very encouraging. They are watching you waving. We can see people down on the beach.
Well, that's just fantastic. We're really enjoying this. Well, the storyline, going back to what we refer to as barnstorming as well, it covers both genres. This class of aircraft, developing very much through the 30s as a training requirement to get a lot of pilots ready, of course, for future conflict. A terrific platform, a really stable aircraft, and in its own way, of course, also an entertaining one as well. Open cockpits, all the flair and romance of the mid-war, or so I should say, the mid-years between the two wars. And here now, the aircraft positioning, I think, coming in for a good photographic opportunity as they break at crowd centre. Let's just listen in, shall we? fantastic stuff indeed. Well, there you go, great photo opportunity, and one would hope that they found that pretty thrilling stuff indeed. Now, the pilots were communicating there. How do the girls communicate?
So we don't have any communication with each other when we're in the air, other than hand signals. So it is like a rather fantastic game of charades. So usually in the routine, I usually would be flying on the orange aeroplane in this instance. So that's the lead aircraft, and I have the job of calling the shots. So we just use hand signals to communicate. So what I do is I call the move just before we go in, and then the formation wing walker, so Emma in this case, has the actual hard job of keeping all of the timing and all that sort of thing.
Wow. Here we go, the crossover. Will they roll? Oh no, they're going to bump actually. So 1 minute the blood's going to your legs, and the next minute, oh, it all suddenly goes to your head, just like going fast over those humpback bridges in the back seat of your dad's car. Oh, wonderfully exciting stuff, and I just think this is just absolutely fits seaside entertainment. It's superb, real family stuff. So Ormond Locklear was the man behind this, and his wing lady was Ethel Dare. Pretty interesting name for a wing walker, isn't it? But they were the two that got it going round about the end of the First World War. He'd been known to actually walk out and fix something on his aircraft while the aircraft was still flying, rather than land it, which sounds a bit extreme to me. He eventually became a bit of a cropper, which is no surprise, is it? Another great crossover photograph coming up. And that lovely roar there. The Pratt & Whitney engines are brilliantly reliable and robust, and a very strong machine. And when you put all the levers forward, put the tips and the propellers into fine, then those tips almost go supersonic, giving you that lovely rasping sound. A few other refinements on the aircraft. The need for that, having that high-powered engine rather than the normal Continental 300s, 270s and thereabouts, is of course that having something on the wing causes a bit of drag. You talk about the force of the air. Now, you're all quite light, but you still cause the aircraft to slow down, don't you?
Yes, we are like a giant air brake, particularly as we are moving around the wing. So the girls currently have their legs up. Yeah, it's very strong to wave in this position. Right now, they've just done a rejoin, and they should be coming back together to join up for a roll. So shortly, when they come back round the corner, the girls will be swiveling round into a handstand position, and then they will be performing a formation aileron roll. So they'll be upside down, and when the aircraft then goes upside down, they will be the right way up, which is a very surreal feeling, looking down, having your feet and nothing else below you, and an aircraft on top of you.
Well, I'm completely confused now. I don't know whether I'm sitting down, standing up, or doing a headstand in the commentary box. But yeah, well, let's see what happens, shall we? Great fun indeed. And of course, during those mid-war years, there were a lot of redundant pilots from the military and a lot of spare airframes. And it was great fun to pick these up and go out and, particularly around the Midwest, just land in the fields, meet a couple of locals, take them for a spin, and then spend the night sleeping in one of the barns, or maybe just taking those people flying through the barns themselves. Hence the barnstormers were born, and wing walking continued for many, many years. Now, you've got a pretty nice base and a good operating area. Tell me a bit about that.
Yes, we do. We are based in Cirencester in the Cotswolds, and we have a beautiful World War I airfield, and we actually do public wing walking experiences. So if you think that you could give this a go, it is the best fun ever. So our website is gowingwalking.com. There they are, just in a handstand right now. There we are. Nice. Yeah, so gowingwalking.com if you think that you'd like to take on the wings, and we will strap you up on these very aircraft with these very pilots, and it will be myself, Emma, or Libby strapping you up.
Sounds fantastic. Do you know, actually, I've not done this. It's one of the few things I haven't done myself. Now, I know all the boys really well, and I've done events at Rencom, as you know, with a lot of other sponsors and aircraft, so I must get round to doing it one day.
Yeah, it's the best fun ever. You will not regret it.
Sounds great. Well, I mean, what amazes me, the agility around the cockpit. Now, let's not second guess it yet. They're still strapped in, they're still waving. Is this beginning to get tiring now?
Yes, at this point in the show, it is pretty tiring. This is is like a full-on workout for us. We're in the dirty dive now, so the super woman position, and just as we're going away from the crowd, we then get a wing waggle from the pilot, which is our signal to unstrap from the main harness and get into the goose position, which is where we're sitting on the leading edge of the wing. So we are strapped in at all times. We have a safety wire that attaches to the aircraft, so we are very, very safe, but it's still hard work.
I'd say courageous work, actually. I think there are very, very few people would want to willingly do all the exercise you do. Standing up there in one position, not so bad, I suspect. But when the boys go up today, that'll be a bit different. Now, what about the training? I mean, you mentioned the sort of dancing and the trapeze work and things like that. What's the sort of workup and competition to get the job in the first place?
Yeah, so this for Emma and I, this is our full-time job. So when you first become a wing walker, you do a lot of intensive training on the ground. So you spend a lot of time in the hangar with the aircraft, mostly practicing your climb-ups, as this is the probably the hardest thing we do is when we're climbing around the aircraft. So we do a lot of training for that. But it's mostly on the ground, and then you have to take it into the air, and we do lots of flying practice because it's very, very different when you're moving around in the wind. As I've mentioned, it's very, very strong, but you do get used to it very quickly, actually.
So when you're in the goose there, with the strongest point is one of your arms hanging onto the harness, is that right?
Yeah, so we've got one hand on the harness and one hand reaching out in front of us. They're going to be transferring to the back of the top wing now for the reverse goose. So they'll be facing towards the rear of the aircraft and doing some big old waves. So please do give them a wave as they go past. This is another really fun move. I think all of the wing walkers are in agreement that the climbing around is definitely the most fun part of the display.
Wow, sounds perilous to me. I don't ask if anybody slipped, but no, don't go there. It would worry me. So fabulous position this. I just love this one. Seeking out, looking over the horizon. Just fantastic.
Yeah.
And they're holding a leg? Is that? No, that's the next act, isn't it?
Yes,
this is the reverse goose.
This is the reverse goose,
yeah.
and they'll be transferring to the arabesque shortly.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yes. It's actually really lovely having Libby fly today. So this is a very special show for her. Libby was an original Utterly Butterly wing walker back in the noughties. So she hasn't done Eastbourne in a good few years. So this is her first sort of show there.
Because you've taken on a few iterations since then, because after Utterly was the Gino?
Yes, we were Gino, and then we were the Breitling Wingwalkers.
Yeah.
We're currently looking for a sponsor, so we're just under Aerosuperbatics at the moment.
And I remember before Utterly's, was it the crunchy girls? Yeah.
Yes, and also the blue aircraft, India Yankee, that's flying in formation today is an original crunchy aircraft.
Isn't that wonderful? Well, the whole history of advertising, but all the same company. The company's Aerosuperbatics, as Kirsten has explained.
Here we are, the arabesque.
No, you're actually, again, is it just one arm that's really securing you, one hand?
Yes, so we've got,
wow.
one toe and holding on to our other foot with the other hand and one hand on the aircraft.
Well, that is just absolutely amazing. Really, really agile stuff. Well, I think Dave calling up now for the final fly pass. So they'll be turning left in a minute, coming back to just the other side of the pier. And then this is the time at which you girls get a rest, isn't it? Is this how you climb down?
So we will be climbing into the cockpit and then we'll pop our legs out onto the bottom wing of the aircraft now. We'll be waving towards the rear again. Another opportunity to wave to the girls. This one's quite buffety for the pilots. They get their heads shaken around because we're in the way.
Because you're moving. I see.
So,
Now I understand. Right, okay, as Kirsty said, you know the form, boys and girls, mums and dads. Here they come, the final fly past from the Aerosuperbatics Wingwalkers, and let's just give them the biggest wave. They've been working so hard, boys and girls. Come on, right from the left hand end there, let's keep that wave going all the way down the beach, all the way up to Beachy Head Car Park. The Aerosuperbatics Wingwalkers, the magnificent boys and girls in their flying machines. Oh, that was fun, wasn't it? Brilliant to have Kirsten with us, getting a real feel for what it's like up there. Quick couple of mentions, please. Happy birthday to Shirley, who I gather is a very young 69 today. Well done to you. On the other end of the pendulum and the age scale, I understand that Sienna Rose Prodger arrived a couple of months prematurely, and thanks to all the family and friends for their support from Georgia. And I think that might be Rick there as well. I'm sure a man had something to do with that too. Unusual, isn't it? There we go. Congratulations also to Nikki Hornsby and Luke Johnson on their engagement. Oh, this is wonderful. They actually did this. Well, I didn't quite tie the knot, but got down on his knee during the Red Arrows heart display. How about that? So that's congratulations to Nikki Hornsby and Luke Johnson. And that's best wishes from Mum and Dad and George. Well, that's not me. There must be another George. There aren't many of us around, but please do that. Also, it's Amelia's birthday today as well. It's wonderful. I didn't ask how many years, but I'm sure very young. No matter, just 7 years old today. How sweet. Wonderful. Great age to be, isn't it? 7. Fantastic. Okay, well, we're going to change the genre very slightly now, because we're going to go back to some decent and interesting warbirds now. When I say decent, I mean they're all wonderful, aren't they? But there is something iconic, I think, about seeing a solo Spitfire. We had one from the BBMF first thing this morning, and it's just the sight and sound, that elliptical wing, the presence, the sheer charisma that a Spitfire has to offer. And this is the second aircraft we've been promised, of course, by Rolls-Royce. And we're just looking to the skies now and checking that the area is clear. We're expecting a couple of minutes before that aircraft comes in with us, so I'll just go offline and check that the timing is following to us as well. A brief moment to top up your teas and coffees. Buy a program, of course. Drop some paper notes into the buckets if you can, because we want to keep this show on the road. So just a quick moment to recap on the sort of outline program we have coming up in a moment. Our second Merlin engine. Actually, it's our third Merlin engine of the day. 2 Spitfire, a Mustang, and now this is not a Merlin engine, however, in many ways. It's a very different, although its call sign is Merlin 19, this particular Mark 19 has a different engine. More of that to come in a moment. We're going to see another vintage aircraft in the form of a Strikemaster. Then a really good concentrated session where we're going to put the Chinook and the blades together. Richard Goodwin will be back in a slightly different aircraft today, a different pit special, but equally as exciting. The Hawker Fury and, of course, the Typhoon, seeing us out through the course of another exciting afternoon. So just barely a minute to go now before we see the next iconic aircraft over the skies, and we do hope that during the course of the day you'll give us generously as you can to this wonderful air show. It's been a tremendous effort after so many tricky years that we've all faced, and of course economy and energy costs and everything else, we're in an even more demanding time now. So it's a collaborative effort to keep the show on the road. Just give everybody your support where you can in the bucket. Spying programs running in now, I hear. We have the wonderful Mark 19 Spitfire from Rolls-Royce, flown today by Graham Pemberton. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, and what a magnificent sight and sound. And you'll notice a slightly different growl from that particular engine, because this is a Griffon engined Spitfire, and essentially designed in answer to a Royal Naval specification for an engine capable of generating good power at low altitudes. Obviously adapted from the Spitfire design itself, and all the work that Joe Smith put in after he took over the Supermarine design team, thinking this addition of a more developed Rolls-Royce engine would be a second power string for the Spitfire. First of the Griffon engine Spitfires actually flew as early as 1941, but it was this particular mark that I suspect really sealed their name. Never produced in large numbers such as the Merlin engine variants, but they're an important part of the Spitfire family, and of course their later versions kept the Spitfire at the forefront of piston engine fighter development. This particular aircraft, Papa Sierra 853, an unarmed high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, one of a batch of 79 Mark 19s built at Supermarine in Southampton. Powered by a 2,000 horsepower Griffon 65 or 66. The aircraft you see here in front of you today represents the pinnacle of Spitfire's development in terms of speed and altitude capability, with a top speed of 446 miles an hour and a ceiling of 42,000 feet. This aircraft was delivered to the Central Photographic Reconnaissance Unit at Royal Air Force Benson in January 1945, before then moving on up to Belgium and Holland. It was engaged on active service with 16 Squadron, and it participated right up until the end of the war in Operation Crossbow to detect V1 and V2 Vengeance weapon launch sites. So it's been there right at the sharp end. It remained on duty in Germany until 1946, when it was returned to the UK and placed in storage until being resurrected as one of several Mark 19s selected to conversion, I should say, to conduct meteorological research, known as the temperature and humidity of the upper air masses, a thumb flight. This particular aircraft performed the last ever Spitfire thumb sortie on the 10th of June 1957, and alongside its sister aircraft was retired into ceremonial and display duties to form the crux of the Royal Air Force's historic aircraft flight. That's very historic aircraft flight, of course, was the forerunner of what we now today seen and saw again with Spitfire today, the Battle of Britain memorial flight, now based at Royal Air Force Coningsby. was in 1996 that Rolls-Royce bought the aircraft to replace the original Spitfire that it owned, a Mark 14, re-registered as Golf Romeo Romeo, Golf November. Painted in as number Charlie of number 16 Photographic Reconnaissance Squadron, the 2nd Tactical Air Force. The markings worn between January and June 1945. And they're just catching me out. He rolled into that, so I was hoping we might get another pass, but Graham easing it up to slightly higher levels to make his way back home. And of course, home being the East Midlands Airport, very close to Derby and the headquarters of Rolls-Royce itself, and a tremendous contribution once more from that company to the history of aviation and the delivery of yet another iconic aircraft here on the 4th day of what's been a massively successful Airborne 2022. The place has been absolutely rammed since very early on Thursday morning, with people coming down in the early hours to park up on the seafront. An absolutely marvellous testimony, not only to your support, and we thank you all for making such an effort to be out. And I see a little bit of drizzle, but we're told anything in the way of any significant rain is much later in the day. So I feel we're going to be able to proceed with the rest of the show without too much difficulty this afternoon. Bear with us. Just a reminder, if you haven't picked up a programme yet, please do so. Just £6. Lots of good stuff in there as well. Do look after your belongings, children especially, and of course all your rubbish. We want you to dispose of that sensibly and safely using the receptacles, or even better, take it home if you can. Now, the other bonus for today, of course, is, and that's going to be a spectacular one, is that you may have heard me talking to Yvette from the Eastbourne Hospitality Association earlier on today. Well, they've provided a magnificent firework display for you. So at the end of the day, don't rush away. Make use of all the wonderful cafes and restaurants here in Eastbourne, and then stay on until 9 p.m. this evening, for an outstanding firework display. Well, what we're looking out for now is a vintage jet. It's a sporting one, basically a derivative right at the tail end, the top GTI version of an old family of trainer jets called the Jet Provost. But this, by no means anything like the original, a much more dynamic combat version of the Mark V. I hear him just checking in now. Call sign is strike, and he's been given clearance to commence his display on time, so he'll be another minute or so. He's coming down from North Weald, and he's just getting all the numbers. As we say, the scores on the doors. We have some parameters to meet, of course, in terms of air safety. That all coming in thick and fast now. So just going offline again myself for a moment, and we will just ensure all is well. Stand by for the next aircraft. Following on from this aircraft you'll see next, we've got that wonderful combination coming up in the guise of the Blades and the Chinook, always an ever popular display aircraft, and of course the Blades themselves, a scintillating display heading your way. Richard Goodwin's coming back in a slightly different aircraft. He had a bit of technical trouble with his brand new J-Pit yesterday, but he's bringing his famous red and white G-Whiz back in the course of the next half hour or so. That'll be shortly followed by a Hawk of Fury. And of course, don't anybody go anywhere until you've seen the you actually feel the sight, sound and power of the marvellous Typhoon. Well, I hear a bit of chitter-chatter now on the airwaves, so I'm expecting to see him very shortly. I'm pretty sure he came in from the left-hand Pevensey end of the display area yesterday, so keep your eyes peeled that way, boys and girls. If you see him, just point up in the sky. I'll spot your hands going up, and then we'll know where he's coming in from. And indeed he is. Thank you very much. I've got some good fans around me today, helping me out over the last 4 days. I can't quite see all the way down to the pier. I've got a restricted view where I'm sitting, but who knows that? I'll just carry on chatting away. Please welcome Bertie, Ian Brett in the Strikemaster. So what is this aircraft? Well, it's really the concept was the result of the export success of the Jet Provost. The British Aircraft Corporation based at Wharton began work on this particular type, which would be based on the Mark V variant of that, an aircraft that would be able to perform both the training role and light attack duties and be available at a price that smaller nations could also afford themselves, thus improving the chances of getting into the export market. Just a quick message while I've got a quiet moment. Could John Hayes make his way to the lifeboat shop? His wife is waiting to meet you. Oh, well, okay, well, that's fine. John Hayes, make your way to the lifeboat shop. Thank you very much indeed. So what we're seeing here is a combat derivative, as I mentioned, of the JP Mark V, but of course the Jet Provost itself are responsible for training literally hundreds of thousands, I suspect, of pilots around the world, but particularly in Britain, a firm favourite of the Royal Air Force stable, developed in the mid-50s as a requirement to replace the previous basic Percival Provost piston engine basic trainer. And the jet itself, first prototype as a Mark I, took to the air in 1954. It was a rapid development though. 2 years later, the Air Force buying the Mark III version with ejector seats, more powerful Viper engine, and also a more strengthened version of undercarriage as well. And then rapidly through to the Mark V with a pressurized version there, and then leading to a combat armed export version to Sri Lanka, Kuwait and Sudan, armed with two 7.7 machine guns, and also other versions sold to Iraq, South Yemen, additionally to Suzanne, who were the final export version, and also to Venezuela. Huge number of these made, 741 altogether. But the Strikey coming in right at the tail end of that, very much as, once again, I often refer to as the GTI version. The prototype of the Strikey rolled out of the Lancashire factory at Wharton in October 1967. Based very clearly on the JP Mark V, the trainer version, but several additional features added to that with a strengthened armour placing and an uprated Rolls-Royce Viper 525 engine capable of 3,400 pounds of thrust, and 8 stores hardpoints were installed between the wings, enabling the Strikey to carry light armament and drop tanks as well. I mentioned Bertie, Flight Lieutenant Ian Brett, himself a keen young PPL and glider pilot, served in the Royal Air Force for 13 years, flying the Tornado GR4 on various exercises and operational deployments before becoming a qualified pilot navigator instructor and also a full QFI, and teaching on the Tutor aircraft at the Elementary Flying Training Wing, and a topic that took him on the air display circuit at the time as the team manager. He was also involved in other elements of flight safety, human factors instruction and flight authorization, and then working in commercial aviation. He still gets to fly in his part-time. He was involved in the display work with other organizations such as the Mid-Air Squadron, and now here you see him associated with this aircraft, which belongs to the North Wales Military Aviation company up at Harden, owned and run by Mark Petrie, who also flies, obviously, one of his company Strikemasters, sadly not able to join us today. And both the Strikemasters the Mark owns have connections with the Oman Air Force, the Royal Air Force of Oman. And even though this one represents the Royal Saudi Air Force, it actually shares a history with the Royal Air Force of Oman, owing to the wings that saw service with 417 Sultan of Oman's Air Force from the 70s. The company itself maintains a broad range of light aircraft, ex-military fast jets, and they've got a contract for deep maintenance of vintage aircraft from the Royal Navy. And they're very much a thoroughbred Welsh company, achieving great success. So the aircraft featured very much in the Oman and Yemeni wars. Very tough aircraft. Manual controls, however, makes it quite heavy on the controls, particularly at high speeds. But you see, still has the agility to display in a relatively small area. And Ian Brett here, a consummate performer, also adeptly steering it through a series of very graceful maneuvers, enabling you to see the full sight, sound and plan shape. Tough-little aircraft. Of course, when I say a small area, it's all comparative, of course, compared to the modern days aircraft that have high-performance design attributes and, of course, greater and better G-suppression equipment. The pilot's able to maneuver at high speeds in a very small box indeed, as you will see with the Typhoon a little later on. So it's a mixture, as you see here, of dynamic flying, showing off the aircraft, but also linking high-energy aerobatics with linking maneuvers. Wide speed range, anything between slow passes at 100 knots up to fast passes at 400 knots. Keeping the G down to 5.5 G as well, both protecting the pilot and the aircraft. Mark first picked up flying the Strikemasters back in 2007 alongside a number of other strikey operators. Ian joining relatively late on and now become a regular operator of this genre. And they're unable to climb much higher. Of course, we're limited not just by the cloud, but by Gatwick airspace as well. Ian Brett calling it a day there. Not a good chance to give him a wave, but nonetheless, I know him well and will pass on your thanks for a lovely performance here once again at the Eastbourne Airshow. And I see a bucket collector going along in front of me with a red tabard on. Please give generously to her as she goes past you. Every penny counts, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. There's no such thing as a free lunch or a free air show, and we need your support as much as possible. Well, as Bertie goes off into the, I was going to say the wild blue yonder. It's a little bit grey now, but I think we're going to be okay right through to the end of the show this afternoon. A bit of a special treat coming up for you, a great one for photographic aviation enthusiasts, unique formation. We first saw this at Torbay a couple of months ago, and for the first time yesterday, but for the second and last time this weekend, we're going to see the Chinook arrive with the blades. That'll be about a minute and a half so to run. So a little bit of a pause to top up your teas and coffees, get the kids sorted. and make yourselves comfortable on the beach for what's going to be a really terrific last hour and a half or so of the Airborne this weekend. We're not going to rush away, though. I want you all to stay and enjoy the rest of the Eastbourne hospitality that's on offer. Cafes, shops, of course, and also the Western Lawns have a lot of interest there, particularly for the younger children. Go along and chat to the people in the military village. I see now, way off to the right-hand side, you'll see this unique formation. I'm not sure which of our variation of commentators. They both actually are just having such a good time nattering with each other. But anyway, so we're going to go have a bit of a duo here. Flight Lieutenant Andy Donovan, joined by Louise McIntosh from both the Blades and the Chinook display team. Over to you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Eastbourne, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. What a fantastic day you're having. So shortly about to approach from the right, we've got the amazing Chinook with the blades 1, 2, 3 and 4 on the wings.
And good afternoon from myself as well on behalf of the Chinook display team. This is quite a unique fly past. This is only the 4th time we've been doing this year. The only other location we'll be doing this is Bournemouth in a couple of weeks' time. So get those cameras ready, because this really is something quite special, and it won't happen very much more in the future. And there's the call from the blades. Perfect synchronization from them, as always, to get that smoke activated, as they also hold formation abeam that very large helicopter, which makes the Chinook. Now, additional concentration needed here for the blades, because those huge rotors spinning just feet from each of those aircraft makes it a different type of formation for them to fly, because of course it's not just another fixed wing type that they're trying to hold position on.
Of course, one of the reasons for this fly past is to highlight the cause of the RAF Benevolent Fund. They've been our charity partner for the last 8 years, and they are the charity partner of the Chinook display team this year. Two of our pilots have benefited greatly from the fund, and it is very, very close to our hearts, something very dear.
And thank you to all of you who have dropped by the Chinook display stand this morning and this afternoon to make your donations as well on our stand to the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. Part of a family of charities that we all value very much in military service, looking after us throughout our service careers and indeed once they have finished. And we're very lucky to have done an extra piece of work over the last few weeks. So when we reach Bournemouth Air Display in a couple of weeks' time, we're going to be releasing a patch just to commemorate this display, and I'd encourage you to look out on the Chinook display team social media pages if you want your chance to get hold of one of those. Now the formation is now positioning out to sea for something even more special. Again, I'll encourage you to get your cameras ready. And as the Chinook judges the turn round back towards you all, they're going to run in towards the crowd for a very special break.
So lining up now for a special break. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Blades and the Chinook display team.
Go right now.
And there's the Chinook queuing that final turn onto datum, rolling out now. Get ready for the break.
Smoke on and cameras ready. Super. We had some fantastic shots of that sent through yesterday, so thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, just to introduce myself again, Louise McIntosh from the Blades Aerobatic Display Team. Thank you so much for hosting us this weekend. We've had the most fantastic time and have really enjoyed your hospitality from restaurants and hotels. It's just been a fantastic weekend, so thank you very much. So the guys are just doing some last-minute checks and they will give me a call with a 30-second run-in. So the Blades are part of 2XL Aviation, which is actually a global aerobatic airline. So that was set up in 2006 by 2 ex-Harrier pilots. One of them was an ex-leader of the Red Arrows, Andy Offer, and he spotted a gap in the market and decided to set up the Blades in 2XL Aviation in order to take passengers flying in the front seat of our aircraft. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, these aircraft are 2-seat aircraft, and you can actually fly in close formation with our ex-Red Arrow pilots. If you are interested in doing that, please do get in touch. Just Google the Blades, and there are dates on there as and when you can fly with us. It is the most spectacular experience. Okay, I think I can hear them now. So coming from crowd rear, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Blades. So the team is being led today by Blade 1, Andy Evans. He's a founding member of the team. He flew Hawks and Jaguars before joining the Reds in 2016, but that would be too late. I'll need to ask him what year it was. He has performed in over 1,500 air displays, making him one of the most advanced aerobatic pilots in the world today. So we're very, very privileged to have him leading the team. So please do get your cameras ready for this first break. This is called the crossfire break. The team are going to fly directly at the crowd line at full speed, pulling up to 8G. Crossfire break. So hopefully the weather today will allow for a full show. So this is Blade 2 and 3. Blade 2 today is flown by Ben Murphy. He is a former leader of the Blades and of the Red Arrows also. He flew Harriers in the RAF before joining the Reds in... Again, I'm going to have to ask him what year that was. It's really... No more dates, ladies and gentlemen. Pulling up now into the vertical where blade 1 and 4 will cut the throttles for silence, before falling back down through their smoke to the beach. Now we've got a bit of crazy flying from James McMillan, blade 4. He started his career with the Royal New Zealand Air Force as the youngest fast jet pilot, before coming over to join the RAF, where he flew Harriers, Hawks and Typhoons, the only pilot in the Air Force to actually fly all 3 aircraft. This is one of my favorites. He's now going into the blade slide, which he will demonstrate the amazing capability of the Extra 300 by flying sideways through the air. Also a great camera opportunity.
I just thought I'd let you know, Louise, that Andy flew with the Red Arrows between 1997 and 2000.
My goodness, he's that old. Thank you for that, George. You'll keep me on the straight and narrow. So building energy here, James is pulling up into the vertical to perform a series of vertical rolls. At the top, he will attempt to stop and let the aircraft twist itself under the engine. This is known as a torque roll, before falling backwards through his smoke into a tail slide. So he's going to fly out to the left now to rejoin the team. They are performing one of our crowd favorites. This is called Crazy. So blade 1, 2 and 3 performing or demonstrating at least an unnatural way to fly, with blade 4 rolling around the smoke of the other pilots. They've actually been performing this since 2006, so right from the beginning. Some might say it still needs a bit of work, but that wouldn't be me. So blade 3 today is Mike Ling, or Lingy, the longest serving Red Arrow pilot. He joined us in 2018 after 21 years in the RAF, flying the Hawk and Tornado. So blade 4, they're just working hard to rejoin the team. So this next maneuver, blade 1 is going to set up for a loop to the Aerosuperbatics box bend. This is dedicated to our prime sponsor, Aerosuperbatics. The team will start with a formation loop, flying just 6 feet apart, and then follow the crowd line. We're very privileged to have Aerosuperbatics emblazoned on the wing of our aircraft. They specialize in delivering aviation safety software, providing solutions to over 200 airlines globally. That always makes me laugh. That's James McMillan joining from the rear there. So shortly, Andy will set up for the next formation. This is the Tango formation. And as the team bend around in front of us, you will see the red and white logo of our new sponsor for 2022. That is UASA. UASA batteries are the #1 selling brand for all car types, vehicles and industrial uses. They're made by GS UASA, the world's leading battery manufacturer, who power thousands of applications from submarines to the space station and everything in between. So that maneuver you're just watching there is Hammerhead. All 4 pilots performing opposition tight stall turns, demonstrating the amazing capability of the Extra 300. Almost said 200 there. So this is called a snake. The team have changed to line astern and perform a half loop with each aircraft sliding out to the left. You can hear some nice clear instructions from Blade 1 there. So just to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you do fancy flying with the team, our sponsor UASA, that's spelled Y-U-A-S-A, are actually giving away 2 seats for you and a friend to fly a close formation aerobatic sortie. All you need to do is just Google UASA or win a Blades flight, and all of the T's and C's are on there. Please do get entering. The team are demonstrating a synchronized set of aileron rolls in perfect unison. The extra 300 can rotate 400 degrees in less than a second, making for a super aggressive maneuver. The extra is actually certified to pull up to plus or minus 10 G, and the guys are working the aircraft to its limits today to perform a safe but exciting display for you. All 4 aircraft here now performing a quarter twist, information, and then lining up for the second break of the display. So this is the fan break. So keeping our eyes on Blade 1-4 as they break out together, they will perform an iconic shape in the sky. This is dedicated to our charity partner, the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. As I said before, it is a charity very dear to our hearts. It benefits serving members of the RAF, their families, and also retired members. This is the heart. Thank you. So we have another exciting split coming up now, ladies and gentlemen. Looking out to crowd center, we have Blade 2, barrel rolling around Blade 3, and then into an exciting split. This is Derry split. Staying with Blades 2 and 3 here, they're going to perform wing overs before crossing in the center line at a closing speed of 350 miles per hour. So the pair are going to finish this section by pulling into the vertical to perform synchronized lomshevaks. This is a Czech word meaning hangover or headache. Now you're looking at Blade 1 and 4. They're pulling up into the vertical to perform knife edge spins. A super dynamic maneuver which involves the aircraft spinning around its wingtips at -3 whilst dropping vertically. not for the faint-hearted, but you know, if you did decide to come and fly with us, you can do all of these maneuvers or just a nice gentle loop. It's entirely up to you. So staying with James on the left now, he's going to go into the second solo of the display. He starts with a maneuver we like to call centrifuge. Involves a lot of spinning around. Pulling up now towards the middle, where he will demonstrate the rolling capability of the extra 300. He's having great fun, I think. So he's going to finish this second solo by performing a Lomshevak to hover. Quite a spectacular maneuver there. So we'll keep our eyes out on blade 4, and at our 10 o'clock we will see blades 1, 2 and 3 approaching. We've got blade 1 rolling and turning simultaneously, whilst blade 2 and 3 will barrel roll around blade 1 smoke, matching each other at the top and bottom of each roll. We're almost coming to the end of our display now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I hope you really, really enjoy the rest of the display today. You've got some very exciting aircraft coming. We've really enjoyed being here, and we will very, very much look forward to coming back again next year. If you do have any pictures, please do share them via our social media channels. That's using @TheBlades Team for Twitter and @TheBlades Official for Instagram and Facebook. So we have a smoke on call from Blade 1 for the last maneuver. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching the Blades. This is the Champagne Split.
Well, that was utterly fantastic. Thanks so much for your support. Now, Louise, just remind us where we can where we go to get that flight in one of these aircraft, one of these crazy pilots.
So the competition that UASA are running, you literally just need to Google Win a Blades Flight or UASA, YUASA. That's the competition. Otherwise, if you want to just come along and fly with us at Sywell, then please just do Google the Blades.
Fantastic, we'll do that. Thank you so much. Very entertaining the conversation today, I should say, with your Blades. We'll do a bit more research on their background, shall we, as well, for next time.
I promised to get my facts straight. Sorry, George, for letting you down.
No, you didn't at all. It was a lot of fun, actually, researching just how long ago it was that Andy did fly with the Red Arrows. No, fantastic achievement, and the team just go for better and better, and a tremendous company. But anyway, we're going to move you out of your seat now, because it's time for you to go and top up your PIMs, I think. And
no more.
No. Make the most of it. We've still got a lot of good flying to go, not least of which one of the most favourite aircraft on the air display circuit, of course, provided once again by the Royal Air Force. And just a reminder that the Western Lawns will remain open until 5:30 this evening, a chance to go and talk to all the military teams up there on the Western Lawns. But those of you that caught that marvellous photographic opportunity just a few minutes ago with the Chinook and the Blades coming in there, are now going to get a chance to see the Chinook in all its might and glory, and we'll just keep an eye out. You've got to look far out to sea, and I think I see it already. Look towards the life boat that's right in front of you, And you'll see and hear the great blade slap very shortly. To tell you all about that, the authority and excellent commentator and pilot on the Chinook as well. Please welcome Flight Lieutenant Andy Donovan.
Thank you very much, George. I wonder how many times you can pick me up in this display sequence. Good afternoon, Eastbourne. An absolute pleasure for us to be here once again to take you through the Chinook display sequence. I've got the great pleasure of being the manager for the Chinook display in the 2022 season, and as you've seen already, there's a couple of surprises up our sleeves with the formation of the blades, but we're now going to run into the solo display. And you can see that aircraft coming towards us rapidly over the sea, and you'll hear that very distinctive sound of the Chinook begin to build as we approach the start of our sequence. Now, you've got the Typhoon to come later, but we're going to give you a whole different type of noise now. As you know, jet noise is boring, so we're going to give you the sound of the Chinook for the next 15 minutes. And Eastbourne, may I introduce to you the 2022 Chinook display. Now we're going to take this aircraft right to the edge of its limits this afternoon. That aircraft pitched up there to about 50 degrees as part of the pedal turn for the entry to the display. And in the right-hand seat today, we have Flight Lieutenant Matt Smythe, known as Schmitty to all of us, on 27 Squadron, which is the Royal Air Force Squadron providing the display this year. Now, Schmitty's been on 27 Squadron now for about 12 years. He's a training captain on the aircraft, so for those of us who have that role, we have the responsibility for coaching new pilots in flying the aircraft operationally. And now this is not only a display provided by an operational squadron, but it is also the only display of its kind in the world. No one else does this with the CH-47 helicopter. Schmitty's operated in Afghanistan, Mali, and the Falklands, many exercises across Europe as well. And for those of you who remember the Toddbrook Reservoir threatening to break its banks back in 2019, coincidentally, Schmitty was the national standby captain on readiness and the first captain to take a Chinook aircraft in to help on that job at Whaley Bridge. So we're now going to enter the roller coaster. 16.5 tons of aircraft pitched up to about 50 degrees, nosing rapidly over the top. And Schmitty gets a face full of ocean as he starts to descend towards the display minimum. And repeating that maneuver now, he's assisted from the left-hand seat by Flight Lieutenant Paul Hoyton, co-pilot today, but another very experienced Chinook captain. Schmitty's flying this aircraft entirely with his eyes out of the cockpit, and Paul is providing commentary to him, or what we call patter, from the left-hand seat, to tell Schmitty what his height is, what his angular bank is, and help him make sure that we do not break any limits as part of this display. Now, Paul joined the Air Force in 2011, converted to Chinook in 2016. He's also deployed to the Falklands, Mali, and on Op Shader. And he's now helping Schmitty bring that aircraft around for a 30-degree offset wing over to the right-hand side. And what we'll attempt to do now is take you into the cockpit with Paul and Schmitty. I'm going to give you the opportunity, I hope, to listen to Paul providing that patter, and you'll get a sense of how closely this crew needs to work together to provide this display to you over the ocean today. A very difficult surface to be flying this aircraft above.
Ready, enter now. 10, 20, 30, 40, 5. No more. 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 5. 500. 450, 400. 350, 300. 250, 200. Good height, good speed. Ready, enter now. 10, 20, look, turn now. Horizon, 10, 20, 30, 40, 5, 450, 400, 350, 300, 250, 200, good height, good speed.
And give them a wave, boys and girls, as they come past now. They're going to give you a wing waggle brief moment in the display for them to look right. See all of you waving back at them before they enter that next maneuver. Now you can hear Paul very rapidly converting there from his pitch attitude to his height as they begin to descend towards the ocean again. Very important on that left-hand pedal turn that you saw out there as he calls ready, look now, or look, turn now, I should say. That's Paul's cue, getting Schmitty's eyes across the cockpit and making sure that that turn is entered before the aircraft starts to fall back towards Earth on its own weight. We need to get that nose round, ready for that descent. And coming around a 270 on the right-hand side of the display area now, you're going to see the aircraft enter the quick stop. Now this is an operational maneuver that we use to bring the aircraft from about 120 knots or potentially more to a stop in a very short space. And there we go. Plenty of blade slap there, both of those rotor discs presented to the air. And that's a maneuver that we use, if we have to bring it to a stop if we see troops very late on the battlefield. And you can see that ramp has now gone down. Get ready to wave back, boys and girls, those of you who've been waiting for this moment. That ramp's gone down, and Sergeant Danny Gilderson will be visible on the ramp there with those big orange hands that you'll all know so well. Give him a big wave, because this is his moment for you. Gilders joined the RAF in 2009. He converted to the Chinook in 2014. He's also deployed to the Falklands and Mali multiple times and taken part in many operations across the world. And he's now balanced on that Chinook ramp on his knees with nothing else to hold on to. So show your appreciation, please. Now this aircraft you see in front of you today, Zulu Alpha 680, is currently the fleet leader for Chinook. 14,000 hours on this airframe. She was procured in the 1980s, so a relatively old airframe by UK Chinook standards, but she served the entire 42 years of Chinook service in support of UK defence so far, with many more years left to go, I'm sure. And as we reach the left-hand end, you're going to see that ramp come up. Gilders is going to stow those hands in the back of the cabin, and he's going to move forward to his normal position at the front right of the cabin. Once he calls secure, Schmitty's going to pull that power and start the Gorney corkscrew. Now, this is a maneuver that was developed in Bosnia early on in the Chinook service life to depart a very specific landing site in a tight valley. There we go. And the Chinook crews that came out of this landing site were slightly concerned that they might be engaged by weaponry from the cliff side. So they rotated the aircraft like that to climb away, making sure that the single weapon on the ramp of the Chinook and the two that are positioned either side of the aircraft were able to rotate and return fire if needs be as they departed. Schmitty's now got that nose down, and he's going to enter a 405-degree spiral, closing back down towards the ocean to pass in front of you one more time. Getting plenty of blade slap off that aircraft today. One more parallel pass left to right along the crowd before we start to enter our last couple of maneuvers. Now, it's at this stage of the display, if we had a runway in front of us, we'd show you another maneuver that's quite unique to Chinook. So if we have a power loss on the aircraft, if we lose an engine, and we can't bring the aircraft back to the hover for any reason, we can land it a little bit like a fixed-wing aircraft on the back two wheels. So if we had a runway, we'd be demonstrating that to you. But of course, we can't do that in the ocean. Well, I suppose we could do it once, but that'd be pretty final. So you're going to see the aircraft come around now on the right-hand side, and instead we're going to give you a straight and level quick stop. But what this will give you a sense of is the angle of pitch on the Chinook in relation to a runway during this maneuver. So Schmidt is going to pitch the nose up, And I'll encourage you to imagine a runway underneath its back wheels now, and then imagine how close that back rotor disc would start to come to the ground on this maneuver. So you can see there, that's the reason we have limits on all sorts of aircraft, to make sure that we know we're not going to damage them during these maneuvers. 20 degrees is that max pitch on the Chinook during that maneuver, because at 24 degrees, that back disc would strike the ground. Give them a big wave, ladies and gents, boys and girls. They're flashing their landing lights, saying goodbye to all of you. Thank you so much for having us here this weekend. And we're showing you the last maneuver there, another operational maneuver on the Chinook, an over-the-shoulder departure, which we use if we land on a threatening landing site and we have people fire at the aircraft from directly in front of it. We can pitch the nose up and present the bulletproof underside to that threat and then run away bravely. I'm going to make one final mention before I hand the comms back to George of our engineers and our survival equipment specialists, all of whom are up at Shoreham Airport, who have very kindly and wonderfully supported this aircraft this weekend. They're the unsung heroes of this display. It wouldn't be here without them. So thank you very much for having us once again at Eastbourne. We hope we'll see you next year. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks very much to Flight 7, Andy Donovan there. Andy, just before you go, are you going to be yourself up at the Chinook now? Good chance for the kids to come and talk about what it's like to be in the Air Force and flying these helicopters?
Yes, indeed, until about 5:30. So we'll have our stand open up in the RAF Village, George. We've got the facsimile Chinook, the plastic Chinook up there, which is a good representation. It's about 2/3 the size of the actual aircraft, but it's a really good representation for anyone who wants to come and have a look, get a sense of the scale of the thing. And then we'll be up on our stand. Looking forward to talking to all those boys and girls who have enjoyed that display this afternoon, and of course parents as well.
It's fantastic, Andy. A great inspiration for youngsters to go and join the Air Force. I know we all love it to bits, and you can hear it in our voices just how much we enjoy the fun, the fury, the adrenaline. But also, actually, it takes, don't forget, the sheer hard work and time that you have to put in to be flying at these sort of expert levels. Well, we're going to change the genre once again in just about a minute's time, when we're back into super high-spirited aerobatics from the fabulous Richard Goodwin. Okay, boys and girls, I want you to look to the sky to the right-hand side now. A small, innocent-looking aircraft, but I can assure you it is not that innocent. It's a hugely dynamic aircraft, comes out of Curtis Pitts' design stable back in the 1940s. and one of the most exciting and innovative aircraft it is as well. Still at the top of its game after so many decades of air display performances. Now, Richard Goodwin swapped airplanes last night, had a bit of an issue with his new blue J-Pit aircraft, so he's brought back G-Wiz, something that most of you are familiar with. And here now starting his trademark signature entry profile, a side slip knife edge pass with the smoke on. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Richard Goodwin in the Muscle biplane. Now, if you haven't seen him at all this weekend, you're about to see a whirlwind in aerobatic development right at the top end, fully advanced aerobatics. This aircraft capable of doing just about everything there is to be done in an aircraft, and it does it very, very well indeed. An exhausting performance there. Richard rarely going anywhere in a straight line for longer than about 10 seconds. He's got Aerosuperbatics and all this dynamic activity absolutely in his DNA. His father was a well-known hunter display pilot in the Royal Air Force. Richard himself spent years flying operations with the Tornado GR4, and he is now in his muscle biplane. So Curtis Pitts, as you're aware, synonymous with the massive success of this particular aircraft, made famous in many ways by the fact that he used to put a skunk painting on many of his aircraft, and became known as the Stinker, and brought to aerobatic performance standards by a lady in this respect, a lady called Betty Skelton, who modelled her aerobatic displays on one she referred to as the Little Stinker, and you can still see that aircraft upside down in the Smithsonian Aviation Museum just outside Dallas Airport if you happen to be across in Washington any time. G-Wiz, however, in many ways a very, very different aircraft from those first flying in the 1940s. Most aircraft you see were production-built aircraft, but this one, a home-built factory kit, one of only 30 aircraft of its type built. Designed in the 1960s for competition and airshow aerobatics, powered by a 6-cylinder, 8.5-litre engine producing 300 horsepower. That's pretty phenomenal for a small aircraft of this caliber. Got a flying weight of just 750 kilograms, a top speed of over 200 miles an hour. Is capable of pulling plus 6G and minus 5. Now, we talk about G a lot in air displays. You're all weighing about 1G as you stroll along the seafront here. But imagine somebody putting a big brick on the top of you, and that brick gets heavier and heavier and heavier. So it eventually weighs 5 times your current body weight. That's a lot of power, a lot of pressure. You have to remain strong, fit, and prepared for this sort of flying. It's absolutely high performance at the top end. The airplane itself gets its strength from the box-like structure of the wings, with the top and bottom wings connected by diagonal steel wires to give it great rigidity. Richard himself a very passionate and intense, consummate engineer as well as performer. He's been flying, building and flying biplanes for many, many years, and this one specifically modified for aerial entertainment at air displays. Modifications include a new titanium landing gear, new shaped cowling and induction system, a high-performance fuel injection, exhaust and smoke systems as well. Richard does all the work on the aircraft and the modification program himself, giving it enhanced aerobatic capability with many unique maneuvers. You're going to see during the course of this display double hammerhead, or pinwheel as he calls it, the tower of power, the torque rolls and backwards flight, and high alpha knife edge passes. And here you see him literally hanging on the what's left of the power in the propeller, virtually very little forward airspeed. and now just knocking the stick forward there to build up a bit more energy, get that airspeed back, and using his height, just letting the engine cool down a little bit now while he repositions. All these maneuvers only possible really with a highly modified form of this iconic biplane. Putting through a couple of controlled spins there. Again, once again, not necessary for the faint-hearted. Takes years of practice and experience and intense training sessions to perform at this standard. Very much the fitness requirements of modern Formula One drivers as well, you know, particularly around the neck muscles as well, so you can move your head around the cockpit whilst doing these. And of course, the stick going all over the place at the moment as he wangs it from one side to another, often pushing and pulling and exerting huge strains on his own body. Some of you here Thursday, Friday will have seen his blue aircraft, the J-Pit. That is the one that he's currently developing to put a pair of very small turbine engines on the front end. We haven't actually seen it operating like that in public, but oh, look, going through a few snap rolls and tumbles there, now inverted, and again, loving every second of it. Really strenuous exercise, this remaining inverted for this amount of time as he pushes away now. Well, the blood really doing its best to all pool in his head, and you get a little thing often called red outs there. Pushing hard, he'll turn it round in a minute, converts that negative into positive G, altogether a lot more comfortable position to be in. Now a great example of a sideways slip there, putting in a roll in between and then gently just repositioning at the top of that. Now at this stage he's just taking a short break, checking the T's and P's as we say in the business, the temperatures and pressures, checking there nothing else in the cockpit to influence, and also a short break for himself and his body as well. Once he's happy that the aircraft settled down, that everything is, all the dials are where they should be, smoke is on, he's now going to turn it into a dive. It won't be any old dive, he'll put in about half a dozen rolls on his way down as well, using, however, all that height into speed, into energy, to give him the momentum to pull up into a series of high-performance dynamic maneuvers. Stand by, coming up very shortly. Here it is, you can see him winding on the power now, getting that speed, pulling up very shortly, be going up to about 6 or 7 G as he pulls tightly now, and on the way up, flicking it, rolling it, and up the top he'll just hover on what's left. A really, really uncomfortable in the washing machine on high spin, and here he is now just using that residual power that's left, going gyroscopic as the aircraft is turning on a reciprocal basis to that of the propeller. Absolutely outstanding stuff indeed. Utterly exhausting process in many respects, and that's why a little short break now and again just eases the pressure a bit, but don't worry, he does this about twice a day most weeks when he's not doing any other flying. Hard to imagine what size of aircraft he's got on that. 8.5 litres, 300 horsepower, and it's a titchy little thing. When you get up and close and personal to a pit, it really is a very, very small aircraft. Once again, taking it as high as he can without putting on any more power, nothing much left, and just as he runs out, just breaks it over the top of his head. Here, and you slide, tumble, flicking all the way up. Another one of those great Lomchevak examples. That's, of course, Czechoslovakian for headache. But no hangovers here. This is comes in his stride to Richard Goodwin, a really superb performer in every respect. We're all looking forward to seeing the effect of adding those jet engines to this. You can imagine what an amazing spectacle that is going to be when we do see it. Coming back down now, and I think his trademark signature departure as well. You know what to do, boys and girls. As he's coming along now, he's looking out of the cockpit, gets that wave going in from Beachy Head all the way down to the pier. Richard Goodwin in the muscle biplane. And here, almost impossible flying this, isn't it? Absolutely extraordinary, using what's left over of any residual power in that engine and propeller, defying gravity by putting it in a hover. Richard's had a number of sponsors over the years, now firmly ensconced with the Sabio Group, involved with digital CX transformations work and inspiring the next generation of STEM aviators and engineers. And I think they're now competently having departed after a little flurry of activity back into the greyish bluish yonder to fly another day. Well, this is going by way too fast for me. It's just been the most wonderful 4 days, and those who've stuck around all the time, you know, thanks for joining us. But those just today, you've seen an exceptional cross-section of aircraft, and actually all the aircraft we had booked flew today, which is good. So over the last couple of days, we had a few unserviceabilities and technicalities, but all now appearing on the stage today. Well, just 2 aircraft to go. And in many ways, a juxtaposition of might and power and fighting fury, literally a Hawker Fury to be followed by a Typhoon. So we're just waiting for Richard to completely clear the passageway now, make way for the next aircraft. Again, a real pleasure to see warbirds around the country. This one, a relative newcomer to the air display, but his pilot is no newcomer at all. He, having been familiar with displays here, both in daytime and at night time as well. This aircraft coming courtesy of the Ultimate Fighters from the Ultimate Warbird Flight Stable. And I understand it's on track, I suspect coming in from the left-hand side. Because he's, oh, straight ahead, here he is. Yes, I see him diving in. And please welcome Andy Durston in the Hawker Fury. Oh, what a great sound that is, isn't it? Fantastic machine, this. The Hawker Fury was designed initially to an RAF requirement to replace the Tempest. Well, not replace it, but for a lighter version of the Tempest, actually. They found that to be a very effective ground attack aircraft, but they wanted a lighter version to make a good fighter. And you can see the profile of this aircraft, bigger and beefier, more powerful than the Spitfires. Right at the front end there, a massive Bristol Centaurus 18-cylinder radial, supercharged to produce 2,500 horsepower. Got 183 gallons or so of fuel on board, giving it about 2 hours endurance at a cruise speed of around about 230 knots, but it can fly as fast as 425. Very similar in many respects to the Hawker Tempest, but with a reduced wingspan and the addition of the Centaurus engine, first flying in 1946. Very sadly, the Royal Air Force decided not to pursue re-equipping with the Hawker Fury, but instead wished to move forward with the jet age, re-equipped with the first generation of jet fighters and jet trainers. But meanwhile, the Royal Navy were a little reticent about putting jets on their aircraft carriers and stuck with a naval variant of this aircraft known as the Sea Fury, which we have seen around the shores many, many times from Navy wings. And it went on to be a great performer for the Royal Navy for many years, being the last piston sea example of the Fury to be operating off the deck of a ship. This particular aircraft, though, a different mark altogether, built by Fury as an ISS. The ISS in this case standing for a Iraqi single-seat delivery to the Iraqi Air Force for around 60 of these aircraft. Able to be fitted with 4x20mm Hispano Mark V autocannons, 12 3-inch rockets, or up to 2,000 pounds worth of bombs. So a substantial presence and also a substantial fighter as well. Following its retirement, this particular aircraft was bought by a pair of gentlemen in Orlando in Florida in 1979. Went through a few owners and rebuilds to airworthy condition, but was shipped back to UK in September 1991 before eventually making its way to its current owners, the Anglia Aircraft Restorations Limited, re-registered, refurbished and repainted by Air Leasing Limited, and in the colours of one of Hawker Sea Fury's prototypes, coded Sierra Romeo 661, a modified Fury Mark II. Again, we see some conspicuity there. We were talking about yellow and black aircraft. The underside of this aircraft, of course, yellow, standing out very neatly against the camouflage topside. Flying the aircraft today, Andy Durston, he himself really keyed into aviation from a very, very early age, literally involved in what we call hangar rat activities. Started flying himself by way of a Royal Air Force Flying Scholarship in Manston, and then continued to complete his PPL at the age of 17, through a bit of gliding and then converting to tailwheel. And then by way of the University Air Squadron, I think it was Southampton, he then joins the Royal Navy in 2005. Fortunate to have trained on fast jets, flying the Hawk and then the Harrier before the Harrier was taken out of service in 2010, following which he then left to pursue a career in commercial aviation, flying the, generally speaking, flying the Airbus 320 around Europe. But he's got plenty of experience on other aircraft, his own shares in the Yak 52 and a Pitts S1. But got his display authorization in 2008, and then went on to entertain us through the pairs routines of the Fireflies with John Gowdy, his well-known wingman. Both great events, and you've seen him flying here both daytime and at night with fireworks on the wings, doing a spectacularly good job and enjoying every aspect now of his involvement with air leasing up at Sywell near Northampton. may have heard me talking earlier on in the day about an action against the MiG-15 in the Korean War. Well, that was the naval version of one of these aircraft, the Sea Fury, that took part in that encounter. The last piston engine and only piston engine opportunity where they successfully shot down an enemy jet aircraft. And there, Andy just signing off, so do give him a wave, everybody. Andy Durston in the Hawker Fury. And a lovely victory roll to see off. What a delightful way to finish a display. Delightful chap and wonderful aircraft. Not sure whether they're going to get another pass out of him. I think we may well be. What an absolutely delightful sight and sound that is, isn't it? It feels a real throaty. It's the sound of an aircraft that really means business, and it certainly delivered that in abundance. But he's just decided he is having added a couple of extra minutes or so there, which is fantastic. This is now going to be his final pass. Really getting some altitude there. Fantastic. Using all this now. You've heard me talk about energy management, getting up to full throttle. Good chance as he dives back in, building up the speed again, of course, capable of getting up to in excess of 400 miles an hour, this aircraft. Really superb. For the final time then, Andy Durston in the Hawker Fury. And a lovely topside pass as well. He's just taking a sneaky look down on you there and clocking that you're all giving him a wave farewell. Brilliant stuff. Well, I don't believe we've come to that time in the day where we are beginning to say farewell to many of our aircrew for this weekend, and a spectacular day it has been, really, to finish off what I think has been a hugely successful air display at Airborne 2022, and a full air display delivered on all days as pretty much recommended, and the weather being kind to us all 4 days, the weather not cancelling any of the aircraft. We got off to a shaky start, I seem to remember, on Friday with a bit of low drizzle there, but otherwise it's just been terrific and just synonymous with the good weather that Eastbourne generally promises most summers. So it's always tricky to talk about a Typhoon when it's in the middle of a display. So I'm delighted that we've got a minute or two to talk about it before it actually arrives. And I've got Callum alongside me. And Callum's duty is to make sure that the aircraft is working before the pilots jump into it. So Callum, give me a feel for the sort of stuff that's been going on at the airfield before Adam arrives.
Magic. So just like to take the opportunity first to say good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and time to get ready for the final display. I hope it's going to blow the roof off, as we say. So the engineers this morning went to work and they will be preparing the aircraft ready for the flight today and the display today. So they've been working hard in the scenes to, really work hard so the aircraft can remain serviceable for the full weekend.
That's right, I've just heard that he's going to be coming in a little bit earlier. Okay, so keep your eyes peeled. Once you see him, he'll be roaring along at his entry speed of around 600 knots, and that's the speed limit we have around here. Look fast down to your left-hand side. And once this starts, by the way, a quick warning about noise for anybody who might be a little sensitive to that. It is going to have hang on to your hats. You'll see them coming in very fast and low now. I should hasten to add the might and power of the sharp end, the operational end of today's Royal Air Force.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, now. So as he's just full in, he's now banked left and he's now pulling hard on the stick. This means now the aircraft's now pulling 9 Gs. That's 9 times the force of gravity now being exerted on Paddy's body. His little body, as it should be. So now he's coming towards the crowd. Give him a big wave as he pulls up. He'll be able to see you. So there he goes as he pulls away. Good for us, the clouds come in, so now you can see the glow of those EJ200 engines roaring away. We're now burning half a ton of fuel a minute as we bring the aircraft back towards the crowd for another high-speed pass.
Not just burning a lot of fuel, it's an awful lot of thrust, isn't it? I'm told 40,000 pounds of thrust. That's pretty significant.
It is 40,000 pounds of thrust. This means the aircraft can go brakes off, and all the way and sit on its backside all the way with reheat going, and it will carry on going, and the speed will climb as it goes up all the way up to our top speed of 2.5 Mach. That's 2.5 times the speed of sound.
And it gets up to that level of performance in a little over 2 minutes, which is a pretty phenomenal thing when you're on quick reaction alert, which is what they do every day, every hour of every day of every year, isn't that right?
It is. So the whole Typhoon force, whether you're a pilot, an avionics engineer, a mechanical engineer, or an armourer, we have to do QRA. I have definitely done QRA. I've done my fair share of QRA. And when the bell goes off at 3 o'clock in the morning, we're out there scrambling that jet. 10 minutes we get that aircraft in the air airborne.
Okay, well here he is now going through a lovely, well, I thought he was going to go through a complete slow roll there, but pushing away from us now on that knife edge balance there. Tricky manoeuvre, big jet this, don't forget it's really quite heavy. And that what's also makes it most spectacular. When you think about it, I was talking earlier in the day, the space, the small envelope that Paddy demonstrates this aircraft is one of the stunning aspects of this aircraft.
It is, and the amazing thing is we have 4 flight data computers on board the aircraft, and they are really working hard to give us this display, and he's really pushing the aircraft hard. So as he's pushing now, he's now pushing the maximum amount he can do in the reverse wave G, so he's now doing negative 3.5 G. And as he lights the reheat up, that feeling only gets worse as the blood's forcing into his head, and we don't want him to red out.
And there's no suppression. There's nothing you can do except train yourself to withstand that.
There isn't, no. We can go positive, but we can't go negative.
Yeah. So all the blood pooling in his head there. But now you get used to it. You guys, I've talked about Formula One levels of training in terms of fitness, certainly around the neck muscles as well. Because, of course, it's all important. You've got to be able to move in the cockpit, arms and everything else. Over 1,000 degrees of rolls put in that one manoeuvre there as he pushes once again away from himself, and that negative G coming on there, but he'll convert that very shortly back into positive, making it all the more comfortable, an opportunity to relax. Now those computers, Callum, they nag away at you, don't they, with the voice?
They do, yes. So as Paddy's flying towards the ground, the computer will be telling him to pull up, you know. Nagging Nora, she'll be definitely going off in his ears telling him to pull up, and he has to fight that resistance. He has to look through, ignore what he's hearing, ignore what his body's telling him to do, to pull back on the stick, to get it nice and low and to give us this phenomenal display.
Wonderful high-speed, high-looping big barrel roll there, and you saw the water vapor coming off the wings. As the loading increases on the wings, then the sort of pressures that are exerted are extraordinary, and that's when the water condenses over the top. It's a great sight for photographers out there.
So there we go, Paddy's now bringing it towards the crowd, and he's also slowing the aircraft nice and down. So again, he's now fighting the aircraft in the opposite way. The aircraft wants to fly fast, so Paddy has to fight the aircraft. So he's bringing it in nice and slow, and now he's going to show you the power that the engines have to accelerate away from the start point like a sprinter out the chocks.
Remember, this is capable, this is about 120 knots, and it can go to 2.5 Mach. Now those computer packs are doing all sorts of little aerodynamic things. Those canards, which is a fantastic design, they're twitching away, aren't they?
Yeah, the aircraft is constantly trimming itself. It is constantly working to keep the aircraft level. And make sure that we're in the perfect flight window for Paddy to display the aircraft.
Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it? It's just the ultimate machine, but of course, you know, we're still moving on. This designed in the mid to late 80s as the Eurofighter concept, been in service now for a remarkably long time.
It has been in service for a remarkably long time, especially on 29 Squadron. We are the main training squadron for the RAF and for the RAF Typhoon pilots. You know, it's a phenomenal amount of work that goes into this display, and also the flying operations that we carry out on a day-to-day basis. 29 often hovers around between 18 and 25 aircraft on the squadron, so it's a lot of maintenance
that's busy.
hours.
That's busy, isn't it? Yeah, superb. Now, a lot of it, the maintenance now, is that electronics are really at the forefront, aren't they?
Yeah, electronics are always the thing is with electronics, you know, it is a complicated game, it's a complicated business.
Yeah.
I don't really understand it being a mechanical engineer. It's a bit more wizardry to me than anything else. Paddy there getting the landing gear down. Make sure you want to see those landing light pictures. As he accelerates away. Paddy again now is going to bring along the crowd line nice and fast. We want to see those waves. You can see it. He's been reporting back to us that he's loving seeing everybody waving on the beachfront. So make sure you give him a wave as he flies past. So there we go, Paddy is now, he's definitely been at 9 times the force of gravity throughout that turn there, and he's still being exerted. The gravity is now, G is really forcing him into that seat, and he's really working hard now in the aircraft.
Yeah, there's also a seagull trying to go in formation with him. It's extraordinary, isn't it? The seagull is perfectly comfortable in the hover there in front of us, right in front of the Typhoon. Absolutely amazing, totally in harmony.
I think I'd know which one my money's going to be on in a fight.
Well, I think I'd get out of the way in a hurry if I was a seagull, to be perfectly honest, but look at that performance. Adam actually joined in about 2009. It's a wonderful progression through training to start on a Grob Shooter, a tiny little training aircraft, glass fiber thing, and then through the graduated training scheme, through the Hawks, and then on to the frontline work with the Typhoon. If you can do it, go along and talk to Callum at the end of this display and go up to the village as well.
You know, speaking of Paddy, especially on the squad, you know, it's amazing to think that Paddy's from Northern Ireland. So it's not just people from, you know, England and Scotland and Wales that can join up. It's people from overseas as such as well.
Well, it's truly international. You spend a lot of time training Qataris, don't you, up there as well? And of course, it's with the Germans and the Italians. And it's a truly international aircraft.
So I think that concludes Paddy's display. It's been a pleasure displaying for you this weekend, everybody here in Eastbourne. And like we say, I always say, every single display, if you've took pictures and you're going to upload them to social media, please tag and at the Typhoon display team, and don't be scared to pop along and say hello to us in the RAF village. Everybody needs a sticker.
Absolutely right. So please stick around, get your sticker and use that sticker to stick around a bit longer. Go up to the Western Lawns, enjoy yourselves in town, because don't forget, 9 o'clock tonight, a spectacular flying display to finally seal what has been an outstanding few days at Airborne. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the flying display. And I just want to thank you all so much for turning out in absolute droves this weekend. It's been fantastic to entertain you.